Welcome to a new service. We're bringing you live scores from around the Scottish football games in this new season. We're kicking off our coverage with Premier Sports Cup and SWPL today. We hope to bring you lots of coverage throughout the season, including when we get them, the Highland League, Lowland League, East and West, and all the divisions in Scotland. We want to bring you right up to date with all the scores as they go in. As you'll see, there's been a lot of action so far today. Let's start with the Premier Sports Cup, and it's Hearts 1, Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle 0. It's Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0, Hibs 1, Partick, Thistle 0, and Rangers and St Mirren kick off at 4 o'clock. Hearts took the lead just a short time ago in 16 minutes through Borgrenverich. He scored from a header just inside the box, and in fact Inverness Caledonian Thistle had a goal ruled offside earlier in the match. So Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0. Hearts have a pretty horrific record in the League Cup, particularly over the last decade or so. In fact, in the last 10 years, in the last 16 years, I should say, Hearts have gone out at this stage of the competition or earlier in 10 of them. 10 of the last 16 years, Hearts have failed to make it past the last 16. So not a great record for them at all in this competition. But they have got off to a good start today. They come to a corner, 21 minutes gone. It's said Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0. Hibs are 1-0 up on Partick Thistle as well. A good start for Hibs there. When Eldine, their new striker, who's hit the ground running, has got another goal. And he looks certainly impressive. Certainly looked impressive in the European matches. Didn't get off to the best start, Hibs, this season with that defeat in Europe, but since then it's been really good. Apart from obviously conceding late to Motherwell, but beating Rangers, getting through in the Europa Conference League to the playoff round, and obviously fingers crossed for all our Scottish representatives in Europe this Thursday and Wednesday for Celtic. Let's just quickly move on to the SWPL. This is the start of the SWPL season today, and Hearts are the reigning champions. Of course, it's probably been the most exciting league in Scottish football over the last 5 years. 5 different winners, and most years it's gone down to the last game of the season. And Hearts and Hibs, the last 2 winners of this league. But both have seen mass exodus during the summer. Hearts, a bit like their men's team, lost their coach. Eva Olid has turned up at Manchester United. She's the new head coach of Manchester United. Just learning that Hibs have gone 4-0 up in the SWPL against Motherwell. Hopefully that'll be reflected in the scoreline on your screen just shortly. But Hibs, despite that max exodus of players over the season, have started very well. Today, 4-0 up. They are, as I said, Hibs won the league 2 seasons ago. Had a pretty poor season last season by their respective chances. They finished 4th. They were well, but they were 7 points, I should say, behind Hearts. So it was pretty tightly contested. But Hibs would be disappointed with a 4th place finish after winning the league the season before, but they've got off to a great start this season, currently 4-0 up against Motherwell. Kirstiuk after 23 minutes, then Colville after 27 minutes. Jessica Ramsey made it 3-0 after 60 minutes, and then an Aoife Colville penalty after 65 minutes has made it 4-0 there. In the other matches, it's a bit of a shocker for Rangers. They are being held 1 each by Montrose at the moment, and well, you've got to imagine that Leanne Crichton's under a lot of pressure in that team at the moment, particularly the way Rangers ended last season. They went to the last game of the season knowing that if they won and Hearts lost, Rangers would be champions. Rangers capitulated a 6-0 defeat to Glasgow City, which handed Hearts the title as they lost to Hibs on the same day, but as Hearts had won the title. And so not a great end to the season for Rangers. And they're struggling today to get past the Montrose side, who actually started the season very well, particularly in the Sky Sports Cup. They demolished Hamilton last week, and they've done incredibly well so far this season. But there's a team that, shall we say, haven't. I think they conceded 60 goals last season. Montrose. They suffered some heavy defeats, although it's worth pointing out that they did actually perform a lot better at home than they did away from home. They took some really heavy defeats away from home, but at home they were a lot tougher to beat, and that's proving to be the case once again today. They are currently holding Rangers one each in the SWPL. Just getting the scorers for you in that match. So it was Bailey Collins opened scoring for Rangers after 7 minutes, but Darcy Miller equalised after 39 minutes, and that has stayed that way. And you've got to think Leanne Crichton will be under a lot of pressure if that doesn't go Rangers' way today, even one game into the season. She's going to be under a lot of pressure if Rangers don't get a result in the SWPL. Back to the Premier Sports Cup, of course. The draw for the Premier Sports Cup coming up after the Rangers St Mirren game this afternoon. That's kicking off at 4 o'clock. Rangers against St Mirren. The draw, as I said, comes up after that. Already in the last 8, the quarterfinals are, of course, Kilmarnock, who beat Ayr United 3-2 on Friday night. Aberdeen, who demolished Dundee 3-0, impressive performance from the Dons, given how they were dismantled by Dundee just a week ago. But they were through 3-0. And then Celtic last night, of course, beating Dundee United 4-0. And also yesterday, the other game yesterday, I've forgotten now. What was the other game yesterday? Premier Sports Cup. It, of course, was Dunfermline against Ross County. Ross County beating Dunfermline by 2-1. So into the hat already are Kilmarnock, Aberdeen, Ross County, and Celtic. And looking for the other teams, the other 4 teams who are going to join them this afternoon. Still, the scoreline in the Premier Sports Cup, it's Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0, it's Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. It's still 0-0 between Stenhousemuir and Motherwell. That'll be an interesting game. Marvin Bartley started the season very well with Stenhousemuir. It's not going to be an easy task for them to keep them in the Championship, but they've started very well, particularly in the League Cup group stages to get to this stage. Motherwell have a massive match on Thursday against Freiburg in the Europa Conference League playoffs. Very unlucky to draw them, although it could have been Atalanta, it could have been Brighton, could have been who Hearts have got Rapid Vienna as well, but Motherwell, it'll be really interesting. I think a lot of people, even if you don't support Motherwell, a lot of people will be interested in looking at that match on Thursday night. Motherwell against Freiburg. We'll be able to bring you coverage of all the Scottish teams in Europe next week as well. Using this new service. Thank you for joining us. But there's still Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0, 29 minutes gone in that match. And said Stenhousemuir have had a good start to the season under Marvin Bartley, taking over from the Gary Naismith, who left to join Ayr United, of course. And just seeing that Hibs have gone 5-0 up now in the SWPL against Motherwell. 5-0 is the scoreline. Just getting the scorer for that, in fact, is Evie Colville, has got her hat-trick there after 71 minutes with a goal there. 71 minutes, Evie Colville, assist by Alice Notley. So Hibs off to a flyer this season, beating Motherwell by 5-0 so far, and there's still around 20 minutes left in that match. Hopefully just update the scoreline on your screen at the moment, and that's an impressive start for Hibs. Less so for Motherwell. Motherwell, they'd probably be looking at the bottom 6 for Motherwell this season. Again, they were top of the bottom 4, I should say. They were top of the bottom 4 last season when the league split. At the end, beating Montrose on goal difference to 7th place. They conceded 52 goals, so not quite the 60 goals that Montrose conceded. Hamilton conceded 104 goals, just to let you know, last season. Already Motherwell are conceded 5 today. And it's a good start to the season for Hibs. Less so, as we're saying, for Leanne Crichton at Rangers, but I've just seen that a bit of a relief for them, because Rangers have scored against Montrose, so Rangers are now 2-1 up against Montrose in that match. And still be keen to see how Montrose do fare in this. They have a team that's improved since they first entered the SWPL a couple of seasons ago now. Rangers have taken the lead in that match, and Bailey Collins has got her second goal in that match. So it's Montrose 1, Rangers 2 now in the SWPL. Bailey Collins with both goals. Darcy Miller, the scorer for Montrose. Rangers, I said, a terrible end to the season for them in the SWPL last season. They capitulated on the last day of the season to Glasgow City, who beat them by 6-0. And Leanne Crichton, I think, was in for a bit of criticism there, and she knows that she has to get a good start to the season this season, and it was looking a bit sticky there for a time, but she'll be delighted that they've got the goal to go 2-1 up with about 20 minutes to go in that match. It's always a tightly contested league, the SWPL. So it's gone down to the last game of the season in each of the last 5 seasons. 5 different winners in the last 5 seasons in that division. Really in stark contrast to the men. It's 2-1 to Rangers there. Hibs have got a 6th, would you believe? Just seeing that just now, that Hibs have gone 6-0 up against Motherwell. It does tend to happen in the SWPL that teams do score a lot of goals quite late, especially the top teams tend to go a bit nap later on. Interestingly enough, I think it was last season, Motherwell won 5-1 on the opening day of the season, and they were only able to secure 5th place. In fact, Hibs have now scored a 7th goal. Bring you right up to date on that as get the scorers that come in. Hibs now 7-0 up in the SWPL against Motherwell, and it really is beginning to be a bit of a hiding for Motherwell today, which was kind of expected. I can just tell you that Rachel Boyle added the sixth goal, and then Aoife Colville has got the seventh. That's her fourth of the games. Colville really having a great day. 4 goals, 1 from the penalty spot, and Hibs are going absolute nap. They're 7-0 up on that. I'm just checking in again with the Premier Sports Cup. Still Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0. 35 minutes gone in that game. It's still Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. 36 minutes gone in that game. Owen Elding after 12 minutes. And still Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. They'll be delighted to be holding Motherwell to 0-0 in that game so far. And as I said, in the SWPL, just to again run through the scorelines there, it's currently Hibs 7, Motherwell 0, Montrose 1, Rangers 2, Spartans 0, Partick Thistle 1. They've all got about around about 15 minutes to go. Bit further on the Spartans and Partick Thistle. That's now in the 79th minute. Later on today, Hearts take on Aberdeen. Hearts will be looking to emulate their city rivals with a big scoreline. Aberdeen struggled badly last season in the SWPL. They finished, trying to remember now, second bottom. They finished, but certainly they had a poor start to the league last season, which continued. So Aberdeen struggling last season. It'll be interesting to see if they've improved much. Be interested to see what Hearts do. They've had a lot of players and of course their manager leave the club over the summer, a bit like the men's team, as I was saying earlier. And Hearts Aberdeen is a 4 o'clock kickoff, as is Glasgow City against Celtic. You've got to think this is maybe a season for Glasgow City to re-establish their dominance in the SWPL. So a lot of turbulence for Hibs and Hearts over the summer. Celtic and Rangers would be looking to strengthen as well. And just looking at a chance for Hearts. They've got a corner, but that's a chance for Hearts in Premier Sports Cup. I shouldn't jump about too much, should I? But SWPL, it'll be an interesting league this season. Said it's 5 different winners in the last 5 seasons, and certainly Glasgow City not used to playing second fiddle over the last 15-20 years of Scottish women's football, but they have done the last few years, so they'll be looking to re-establish their dominance. Glasgow City against Celtic will be a good one to watch today. I think it's on Alba at 4:10 this afternoon, and just watching a chance for of Hearts, but it was cleared by Inverness Caledonian Thistle. No further goals to report that I can see at the moment. Still Hearts leading Inverness Caledonian Thistle in Premier Sports Cup by 1-0. Hibs leading Partick Thistle by 1-0. That's just gone 40 minutes now in that match. Say Hibs impressive results in Europe this season. Apart from their first one, obviously they take a lot of stick for that, and they'll be hoping to progress to the Conference League stage and get through the playoffs, and they'll be hoping to be joined by Hearts, Motherwell, and Rangers. Although Motherwell, absolute long shot, but it'll certainly be an interesting game to see. Just on that, Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. Can tell you, not much has happened in that match so far. They've had just the 3 shots in total in that match. 2 have gone to Stenhousemuir, just the 1 shot and 1 shot on target from Motherwell in that match. Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. Motherwell having the better of the possession, but not much in the way of action in that match. Seemed a pretty even game in Hearts Inverness Caledonian Thistle. At the moment, I can just remind you that Inverness Caledonian Thistle had a goal chopped off for offside after about 5 minutes of that game, and then Hearts scored to Borchenkovic scored. Borchenkovic scored after 16 minutes for Hearts in that match. It was a header from the corner of the box. Can tell you, Caledonian Thistle just putting pressure on Hearts at the moment, but Hearts being able to clear that okay. So we're approaching half time in the Premier Sports Cup. Hearts and Hibs with narrow leads at the moment, both winning 1-0 at home. Stenhousemuir and Motherwell tied 0-0. Rangers against St Mirren is later on. That's a 4 o'clock kickoff, and following that match there will be the quarter-final draw. I can now tell you that Rangers have gone 3-1 up against Montrose in the SWPL. Just looking for a score, it's about Eva Hendel has scored after 78 minutes of that match, so very much a relief for Leanne Crichton. She was under pressure. Rangers being held 1 each right up until the 69th minute of that match, and that will be a huge relief to Leanne Crichton. Rangers really couldn't afford to stumble against Montrose, although I say Montrose last season, and certainly they started impressively, I should say, this season in the Sky Sports Cup, and are a trickier customer, very much a trickier customer at home than they are away. They do tend to ship a lot of goals away from home, Montrose, but at home they have been difficult to beat at times, and some of the top teams have struggled up there. But it looks like Rangers are on course to get an opening day win in the Scottish Women's Premier League at Links Park today. Rangers took the lead through Bailey Collins after 7 minutes, but Darcy Miller equalised after 39 minutes, and then Bailey Collins put Rangers ahead after 69 minutes, and Eva Hendel has made it 3-1. Still just the 7 goals for Hibs in that one. I can tell you that Spartans have equalised against Partick Thistle. Just checking that one. Yep. Spartans have equalised against Partick Thistle. Late on in that match, there's 82 minutes, and Tana Hollis has got the goal for Spartans in that match. Hopefully we'll just be able to confirm that on the screen for you, and you'll be able to see that Spartans have Spartans, who actually at one point the Spartans were the second best team in Edinburgh in the SW in the Scottish Women's game, but Hearts have, as we know, strengthened incredibly. They've in the last 5 years under Eva Holloway, who's now gone to Manchester United to be head manager. So again, that'll be an interesting game to see really how Hearts get on in the SWPL this afternoon and throughout the season, given the amount of departures from Hearts this season. It doesn't seem to stop Hibs so far. They're winning by 7 goals to 0. Back to the Premier Sports Cup, and as again we're approaching half time, it's Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0. It's Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0, and Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. In that match, just a reminder, already through Kilmarnock beating Ayr United 3-2 on Friday night, Aberdeen beating Dundee 3-0. Yesterday, Ross County beating Dunfermline 2-1 yesterday. And again yesterday, Celtic beating Dundee United by 4-0. Some controversy in that match. There always seems to be some controversy involving VAR, and more controversy today, although it looked pretty clear cut. But VAR ruling out an Inverness Caledonian Thistle goal after about 5 minutes at Tynecastle today, and then Hearts scored after 16 minutes. Hearts, of course, have got Rapid Vienna at Tynecastle on Thursday night. So they've got one eye looking on that. A few changes to the Hearts lineup today. Probably to take account of it, they've very much left some of the players on the bench. Probably a lot of eyebrows raised at Braga being left on the bench. Not sure if we want to read anything too much into that. But Braga, Spittle, McAtee and McPake all left on the bench today, as well as Altena, and changes from Thursday night. Calvin Miller kept his place at left back. For Greenwich, he is in right back. He's the person who's got the only goal so far. Rogers Matto starting for Hearts today as well. I'm sure if he started the game before for Hearts, he's into the lineup. Kajota playing Bassett, also starting for Hearts, and that game just about half time, I think. I can now doubt that the games between Hibs and Partick Thistle and Stenhousemuir and Motherwell are half time. The half-time whistle has gone in both those games. It's still going at Tynecastle. In fact, Hearts have got a corner just in the 47th minute. They'll be hoping they can get a goal just before half-time, which would be really a dagger to Inverness. In fact, no time for the corner to be taken. That is half-time. The corner was taken, but it was put straight out of play by Bassett and Hearts. In fact, it's not yet half-time. Sorry, it's still going 47 minutes on the clock. And Inverness getting a good account of themselves so far in that match at Tynecastle. That's the only one of the games still going. The others two in the Premier Sports Cup are both half time. In fact, there is now half time at Tynecastle, and I think Inverness will be a bit disappointed they're behind in that match. Certainly, having had the goal ruled out for offside, it did look like it was offside, but VR took quite a while to, I think, establish who exactly was offside, whether the goal scorer was indeed offside. It did look like he was, and that's part of the reason for the late finish of that game this half. It's Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0 at half time, Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0, Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. So just going back to the SWPL, and Rangers have got a fourth goal, I can tell you, in the SWPL. Katie Wilkinson after 86 minutes. Now Rangers beginning to ease to victory. As I said earlier, this does tend to be a trend in the SWPL that the unfancied teams tend to put up a good account of themselves for so long, and then it just I presume the tiredness, the difference between professional and part-time really comes to the fore in these matches. So Rangers getting a fourth goal. Katie Wilkinson said he had 86 minutes of that match. They're currently just in the 88th minute of that game. Rangers 4-1 up now, having been held for large parts of that match. Well, they were 1-0 up after 7 minutes, and then Darcy Miller equalised for Montrose on the 39th minute. So it was one each at half time. It remained one each right up until the 69th minute when Bailey Collins put Rangers 2-1 up. Then Eva Hendel made it 3-1 for Rangers, and Katie Wilkinson has made it 4-1 there in the 89th minute. It's still Spartans 1, Partick Thistle 1. This will be a disappointing result, I think, for Partick Thistle. They finished in the top 6 last season, bottom of the top 6, but really gave a good account of themselves throughout the season. Last season, this really would be a disappointing start to the season for them if they were to be held by Spartans, but it's Sophie Townsley scored for Partick Thistle after 53 minutes, only for Tana Hollis to score a late goal for Spartans. I can now tell you that one has gone full time, and Spartans have drawn with Partick Thistle by one goal each. So we'll just like that. Spartans won, and Hibs are full time now as well in the SWPL. Comfortable win for Hibs. They won by 7-0 in that match. I'll just run through the scorers in just a second. In that match, so Gilia Kurstik scored in 23 minutes. Then Colville got 4 goals in that match. 27th minute, 65th minute penalty, 71 and 77 minutes for Colville. Jessica Ramsey also scored after 60 minutes, and Rachel Boyle after 74 minutes. So a comfortable and very good start to the season for Hibs, despite all the changes at Hibs. They've lost a lot of players, a lot of key players in their squad, but they have put out a emphatic win and really put down a marker and a statement, and they are the early pace setters in the SWPL. Hibs 7, Motherwell 0, just waiting to get confirmation of Rangers. Rangers is full time now, I can tell you that. Rangers have beaten Montrose by 4-1, and that is the final result there. And that'll be very much a relief for Leanne Crichton, who Rangers suffered a nightmare end to last season, and we would be forgiven for taking a bit of time to get over that. Essentially, they went into the end of last season, the last game of last season, knowing if they won and Hearts lost, then they would be champions. Well, Hearts did lose to Hibs, on the final day, but Rangers lost to were beaten comprehensively by Glasgow City by 6 goals to 0. Their championship hopes really disappeared in the opening 30 minutes of that match. And Rangers bitterly disappointed going on to also lose the cup the following week to Celtic. And so Rangers 4-1 winners today. It was looking a bit precarious for a wee while for Leanne Crichton's team. Bailey Collins had given Rangers the lead after 7 minutes. Darcy Miller equalised after 39 minutes and stayed that way right up until the 69th minute when Bailey Collins got her second. And Eva Hendel and Katie Wilkinson finished off the 4-1 scoreline in that one. Coming up later in the SWPL, the Hearts, the champions from last season, they will be kicking off their title defence at home to Aberdeen. And then Glasgow City, who will be looking to re-establish their dominance in the SWPL this season, you would think. They are kicking off against Celtic at 4:10. It was a disappointing season for Celtic last season. As we said, Celtic finishing 5th in the table. Not where Celtic would expect to finish. Their champions just 3 seasons ago now. They won the league on a dramatic last day of the season. Which, in fact, I think I'm around saying the last 5 seasons in the SWPL have gone to the final day. And it hopefully will be another exciting season there. So, just to run through, we'll be taking a short break and then come back for the start of the second half in the Premier Sports Cup. But just to run through in the Premier Sports Cup at half time, it is Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0. It's Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0, and it's Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. And in the SWPL, it's full time in these matches. It's Hibs 7, Motherwell 0. Montrose 1, Rangers 4, and Spartans 1, Partick Thistle 1. We'll be back shortly to resume the second half of the Premier Sports Cup and bring you right up to date on all the goals as they go in the Premier Sports Cup. Welcome back. Second half's are underway in the Premier Sports Cup. Just a reminder, Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0. Inverness Caledonian Thistle did have the ball in the back of the net early on in that game, but ruled off for offside, and Hearts took the lead after 16 minutes. It's Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. It's Owen Elding who got the goal for Hibs in that match after 12 minutes. And it's Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. Also, all three games are now resumed for the second half. A bit of more of a delay in the Hearts Inverness game. That's because of the VAR check early on in that match for the Inverness goal. So that stopped a bit later on. But all three games are now in the second half. Hibs against Partick Thistle. It's a tricky time for Hibs in the middle of their European campaign. They've got a big match on Thursday, and actually have had the least of the possession in that first half. Hibs just 34% possession to 66% for Partick Thistle, but Hibs are out shooting Partick Thistle 9 shots to 3 so far, and they do have that all important goal. It's been pretty even at Tynecastle and balance of play. Certainly Inverness giving as good as they're getting. And they did have that early goal, but it's Hearts who've probably created the better chances so far. It's again a bit like Hibs, comes in the middle of their European campaign. Disappointing results to Sturm Graz. I don't think you can necessarily blame much for the results against Benfica. They were clearly a class above anything probably in Scottish football, Benfica, and they will be one of the favourites to win the Europa League. But Hearts will be hoping that they can qualify by beating Rapid Vienna. Hibs 2 will be hoping they can qualify for the Europa Conference League stage in midweek. Motherwell 2, they have got the toughest of the ties in midweek against Freiburg, but it'll be very interesting to see that game. I'm sure people not just outside, not just in Motherwell, but across Scottish football will be interested in that game. They're currently being held 0-0 by Stenhousemuir. I have to say it doesn't sound like a great game. That one just 4 shots in that first half, 2 apiece, 1 each on target. But that one could well be heading for extra time. The other two matches said Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0, and Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. Earlier in the Scottish Women's Premier League, Hibs got off to a fantastic start. They defeated Motherwell by 7-0 today, putting a marker down. They'll be hoping to regain their title, but a lot of disruption both at Hibs and Hearts over the summer in the SWPL. A lot of players leaving and particularly going down south. So a very good start to the season for Hibs, beating Motherwell by 7-0. It was a bit of a struggle for most of the match for Rangers in the SWPL. They did take the lead after 7 minutes through Bailey Collins, but were then pulled back to 1 each when Darcy Miller scored just after 39 minutes for Montrose, and it stayed that way right until the 69th minute when Rangers went 2-1 up through Bailey Collins again. And then Eva Hendel in 78 minutes and Katie Wilkinson in 86 minutes rounded off a 4-1 win for Rangers. And I'm sure a sigh of relief for Leanne Crichton, given how Rangers ended last season. They really needed to start this season fast, and they have got the result they needed. Not easy for them, but they have beaten Montrose by 4-1. The other game in the SWPL was at Spartans. Spartans drawing 1 each with Partick Thistle. Partick Thistle took the lead in 53 minutes through Sophie Townsley, but Tana Hollis, after 82 minutes equalised, and Partick Thistle and Spartans draw the opening game of the season. Maybe a bit of disappointment for Partick Thistle. They finished bottom of the top 6 last season. Just in case you don't know, the SWPL splits into a top 6 and bottom 4 after everybody has played each other twice. So just watching a chance for Hearts just over the bar there. I think it's Kurjota with a chance just over the bar. But then back to the SWPL, so Partick Thistle, it's tough for them. They were in with the top 5 last season. They held their own in a lot of the games, and they might be slightly disappointed to just get off to a one each draw in that game. Just keeping an eye, obviously, on the Premier Sports Cup. Still Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0, Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0, and Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. The tough match for Hibs. I'm sure they'd be glad to be at home, but Partick Thistle started the season in the Championship really well, and will have been hoping to maybe cause a bit of an upset today against Hibs. But Hibs got that early goal, which really calmed them down, and that's a big moment for Hibs. David Gray was beginning to get under a bit of pressure in the early part of the season. The bad result in Europe, followed by that late goal against Motherwell. But then the win at Ibrox, coupled with going through with Thursday night, really has lifted the spirits around Easter Road and maybe raised the bar of what Hibs can maybe achieve this season. And certainly one of the things that David Gray will be looking to this season will be a cup run. They were probably their biggest disappointment last season was the defeat to Dunfermline in the Scottish Cup. They would have felt they could have gone on a real run, and can certainly, I'm sure, Hibs maybe even fancied their chances at winning the Scottish Cup last season. But a poor performance, that has to be said, in Dunfermline. Paid pay to that, and they will be looking to get certainly a cup run this season. It's not that long ago Hibs reached the final of the League Cup. I was pointing out earlier, Hearts have an absolutely shocking record in the League Cup, and it's set to continue, because I can tell you now that Inverness Caledonian Thistle have equalised at Tynecastle, just as I was saying there about their poor record at in this competition. Inverness Caledonian Thistle have equalised, and I'm just trying to see the goal scorer there for Inverness Caledonian Thistle. Get that to you in just a minute. Ryan Duncan, after 54 minutes, has equalised for Inverness, and Hearts' woes in the last 16 of this competition appear to be continuing. I can tell you in 10 of the last 16 seasons in this competition, they've gone out at this stage or before this stage. They haven't progressed past the last 16 in 10 of the last 16 seasons. That's an incredible statistic for Hearts. In fact, just once in the last 6 seasons they have managed to win in the last 16. That could be about to continue as Inverness equalise at Tynecastle today, and Hearts, if they were to go out of the League Cup to Inverness today, well, again, there'll be question marks asked about what's going on at Tynecastle. They certainly restored a bit of pride on Thursday night with a very good performance against Benfica to get a draw out of that match. One of the players in that match, I see, is being sold for about £30 million since that game. So That just shows you what Hearts were up against on Thursday night. But once again, Hearts struggling. Their good performance against Dundee United. It was a good performance against Aberdeen, has to be said. Here's a chance for Magnuson. He's blocked. Really good defending there from Inverness, and they're now on the counter-attack. And it's a very, very open game. And that's a brilliant ball through. It's a chance for Inverness. And they've scored. It's a wonderful goal for Inverness. And Inverness now are leading Hearts by 2-1. And absolutely incredible turnaround there. Wow. Hearts' last 16 woes in this competition looked set to continue. It looked like Magnuson was going to unleash a shot. He was barely blocked. And then Inverness Caledonian Thistle broken them really fast. It's something that teams have been doing this season on Hearts with great aplomb. And once again, Hearts caught at the back. And yeah, I can confirm, Inverness Caledonian Thistle are now 2-1 up on Hearts, having trailed Hearts at half-time by 1-0. Astonishing turnaround in events there. It's Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 2 there. Just waiting for confirmation on that. Yep, 2-1. The goal has been given, and didn't seem to be any problems with it. But wow. Trouble for Hearts in the League Cup again. I was just saying that statistic that Hearts have failed to win in the last 16 in 5 of the last 6 years in this competition. And well, Inverness are breaking on Hearts again, I can tell you. And Hearts are going to have to be very careful here on Inverness. Might just run away with this game. It's Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 2. So Hearts took the lead after 60 minutes, but Ryan Duncan and Alfie Babbage have got the goals in 54 and 56 minutes. 2 goals in 2 minutes have turned that tie on its head. Hearts 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 2. And here's Kajota actually. There's a cross into box, and it's a header. It's 2-2. Hearts have equalised. I think it's Bassey. I'll just double check on that. But Hearts have equalised at Tynecastle. An astonishing game there at Tynecastle. 2-2 is now the scoreline. And Hearts hit back right away. They looked pretty vulnerable there on the counter-attack. Nice to snuff it out. Broke to our end. And Hearts are now 2 each in that match. And just double checking the scorer. It's Rogers Matto who's got the goal. The header. Shota, great play in the wing on the right hand side. Cross into the box, and Rogers Matto with the goal to tie it up at 2-2. And a host of Hearts substitutions now coming on. You can see Claudio Braga coming on. Just seeing the other ones. Blair Spittle, I think, is coming on as well for Hearts. But 2-2 in that match now. And all the action really happened there. Still Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0, Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. Magnuson coming off for Spittle. So I don't know if I presume he's planning to make these changes before the goal went in anyway. But 3 players coming on for Hearts just as they equalise and get back on level terms in that match. So in case you've been away for a bit and wondered what's happening, Hearts, of course, we're 1-0 up at half time in that match. Got a quick fire double from Inverness through Ryan Duncan and Alfie Babbage. made it Hearts 1, Inverness 2, and then Rogers Matto after 59 minutes has just equalised there. It's certainly a thrilling game at Tynecastle to kick off the Premier Sports Cup for them. This is, of course, Hearts' first game in the Premier Sports Cup. And again, as I was just pointing out, Hearts have lost 5 of their last 16 matches in this competition. Not a great record. In fact, in the last 16 years, they've lost 10 times at this stage of the competition or earlier. It's definitely not a competition that Hearts have fond memories of. In 1962, the last time they won the competition, and in fact, it's I think I'm right saying 2013 was the last time they were in the final in this competition. There's Braga's just sent a ball through. I think it's Josh McPake cuts inside, and it's a bit of a scramble, and in fact it's off the line from the defender straight into the goalkeeper's arms. Really astonishing stuff at Tynecastle. It could finish anything, it really could. Both teams seem intent on attacking, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of defending going on, but it's no caution there at Tynecastle. Both absolutely going for it. That's what we like to see in cup football. Like to see any time, really. And excuse me, it's astonishing game there. Not to ignore the other games, but this is absolutely captivating stuff. I can tell you the hot substitutions if you are interested. Gwendouds went off, Braga came on, Rogers Matto, who just scored the goal, was taken off, and Josh McPake brought on, and Thomas Magnuson taken off, and Blair Spittle on. Yeah, for harsh on Rogers Matto to substitute him within seconds of him scoring the equaliser, but I'm sure it was pre-planned before the equaliser went in. A really poor start to the second half for Hearts, losing goals in the 54th and 56th minutes to Ryan Duncan and Alfie Babbage. Inverness Caledonian Thistle were 2-1 up on Hearts, and the Hearts have got that equaliser. I can tell you that Kajota really is tormenting the Inverness defence on that right hand side. Excuse me. And just signs of Hearts taking back control of that match. Just look at the Hibs Partick Thistle game. Is still Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. Maybe Hibs, having got the early goal, would have hoped to have made it a little bit more comfortable for themselves in this game. They certainly are out shooting Partick Thistle. 11 shots from Hibs to just the 4 from Partick Thistle, although Partick Thistle had the lion's share of possession in that match. Just the 1 shot on target from Partick Thistle, though. So Hibs at the moment leading by that 1 goal, but won't be comfortable at 1-0. They'll be looking to get that comfort blanket of a second goal and really kill off Partick Thistle and make their way into the draw for the quarter-finals of the League Cup. It's a very short tournament, especially for teams that are in European football like Hearts and Hibs. Just 4 games and wins you a trophy. It's a very short tournament. A longer tournament, obviously, for the likes of the cup holders, St Mirren, who have to play in the group stages. That was a raspy shot. That was a great shot there, just flying wide by Renault, and we know he's got that in his locker. At Tynecastle, we've seen what he can do in terms of the match last week against Dundee United. Like saying, it's a very short tournament for those who are in European football. They come in the last 16 stage, so just 3 wins gets you to a final, but it does have to get tougher as the tournament goes on. And as pointed out, it's been a very tough tournament for Hearts over the last couple of decades in particular. Just in the last 16 years, Hearts have gone out at the last 16 stage or before on 10 occasions. So just 6 of the last 16 tournaments, Hearts have managed to make it past the last 16 of the League Cup. And that's an embarrassing record, really, for a club of their size. Not sure what it is. And I can tell you, only once have they faced either half of the old firm in that time, in the last 16. That was Celtic just a few years ago, where Hearts lost 3-2 at Celtic Park. But once again, Hearts struggling in the last 16 of the competition. They did have an early lead, 16 minutes, but Inverness came out flying in the second half. 2 excellent goals from Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle in the 54th and 56th minutes through Ryan Duncan and Alfie Babbage put them 2-1 up with Hearts. In 59 minutes through Rogers Matto equalised. Rogers Matto was then immediately substituted following his goal, which is a bit harsh. But once again, here's Carjota causing absolute chaos for Inverness on that right hand side. And Spittle with a flag ball in. But Inverness just getting pinned back at the moment. But that's not a bad thing for Inverness, because certainly their second goal came from a brilliant breakaway. Also the ball on the edge of the Inverness box. Magnuson looked like he was just about to take a shot, and that was a shot there from, I think it's Reno again, just wide. In fact, that was with Spittle. Spittle with the shot just wide. But Inverness, I was saying, Hearts had the ball on the edge of the Inverness box. It looked like Magnuson was going to get a shot off. It was brilliantly blocked. And then just seconds later, brilliant play from Inverness, and it was Alfie Balvage who took the ball round the goalkeeper and into the net to, at that stage, make it 2-1 to Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle. But said Rogers Matto equalising after 59 minutes to make it Hearts 2, Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle 2 in that match. Still Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0, Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. Just looking to see anything particular happening. A range of substitutions in that match for Stenhousemuir. Off has gone Lewis Hodgkiss. On has come Gus Stevenson. Off also has gone Kinley Billam. And on has come Oscar McIntyre. And for Motherwell, off has gone Joe Hodge. On has come Lucas Fattinger. Masronisi has gone off for Motherwell as well. And on has come Regan Charles Cook. But that is still deadlocked at 0-0. There's certainly been an increase in shots in that match. You can see that there's now 8 shots in that match, 5 of them for Stenhousemuir, 3 for Motherwell. Just the 1 shot on target for Motherwell in 72 minutes. Maybe one eye, should I dare say it, on that UEFA Conference League playoff match against Freiburg on Thursday night for Motherwell. Maybe it explains why Masronisi has been taken off. Well, a high boot they are challenging the Hearts Inverness game. Just trying to see, I think it's James Wilson who has been penalised for a high boot there and certainly caught the head. And Inverness have a free kick just inside the centre, so just outside the centre circle, I should say. I have to say, I didn't quite see James Wilson coming on, but he has come on. I can definitely see that. But we'll get you an indication of who he's come on for in just a second. I think it's Bassey he's come on for, just looking that up. Yes, in fact, sorry, James Wilson came on at half time for Bassey. Apologies for missing that one. So Hearts 2, Inverness Caledonian, Thistle 2, Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0, Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. Earlier today in the Scottish Women's Premier League, it was a fantastic start to the season for Hibs. So despite an exodus for both Hearts and Hibs in the SWPL over the summer, Hibs got off to a great start, beating Motherwell by 7 goals to 0 in that match. Castick got the goal, Elia Castick, after 23 minutes. Then Colville scored to make it 2-0 after 27 minutes. Following that, Jessica Ramsey made it 3-0 after 60 minutes. Then 4-0 when Colville scored after 65 minutes. Colville again after 71 minutes from the penalty spot. Sorry, 65 minutes from the penalty spot, 71 minutes. She made it 5-0. 6-0, Rachel Boyle got on the score sheet after 74 minutes to make it 6-0. And then the 7th goal after 77 minutes. At that stage, it looked like it could be anything, but Motherwell saw it out with no further goals. But a great start to the SWPL season for Hibs. Hibs 7, Motherwell 0. It was a bit of a scare for Rangers and Leanne Crichton's team at Montrose this afternoon. Bailey Collins took the lead for Rangers after just 7 minutes, but Darcy Miller equalised after 39 minutes. And that stayed that way until 69 minutes when Bailey Collins put Rangers back in front. And then goals from Eva Hendel after 78 minutes and Katie Wilkinson after 86 gave Rangers a comfortable win in the end, but it wasn't without its scares. Rangers winning 4-1 at Montrose. And in the other game, the SWPL, Spartans and Partick Thistle fought out a 1-each draw. Partick Thistle took the lead after 53 minutes from Sophie Townsley. Tana Hollis for Spartans after 82 minutes. That finished 1-each. Later on this afternoon at 4 o'clock, Hearts start their defence of their title with a match against Aberdeen. 4 p.m. that game's been played at the Fanlock Community Stadium. Hearts against Aberdeen. And then at 4:10, I think this one's live on Alpa. If you're interested in watching, it's Glasgow City against Celtic. I was saying earlier, I think Glasgow City will fancy their chances at maybe wrestling control back after a few years where they haven't had the success they'd come to expect in that league. 5 different winners of the SWPL in the last 5 seasons, and each of the last 5 seasons, I think I'm right saying, it's come down to the last game of the season, and really dramatic and close title races we've seen in that league over the last 5 years, and hopefully it'll be the same again. But a lot of transition for a lot of teams in the SWPL. They've seen a lot of players leave, and in fact, in Hearts' case, maybe mirroring their men's team, they've seen the coach leave as well. That was announced before the end of last season, of course, that Eva Holland would be leaving Hearts after doing a terrific job over the 5 years she was there. And just in the last couple of weeks, it's been announced that Eva Holland is going to be, or is now, I should say, the head coach of Manchester United's women's team. So, Premier Sports Cup, the quarter-final draw for that is coming up at just after the match between Rangers and St Mirren, which kicks off at 4 p.m. It's Hearts, so already in that draw, I should say, is Kilmarnock. They beat Ayr United for 3-2 on Friday night. Aberdeen, who beat Dundee 3-0 yesterday. Ross County, who beat Dunfermline 2-1 yesterday. And also yesterday, Celtic beating Dundee United 4-0. A couple of controversial moments in that match. No doubt will be highlighted over the next few days, but certainly Celtic have hit the ground running and sought to the League and League Cup season back to back. They've scored 4 goals in league, something they really struggled to do it last season. You don't remember too many big wins for them last season, but they certainly seem to have found their goal scoring touch again, which will be alarming to the rest of the league. They're into the quarter final of the League Cup, and those 8 teams are looking to join them. Only 4 can, of course, and at the moment it's difficult to say who's going to be in the draw for the quarter-finals at probably around 6:15 tonight, I would imagine, depending if the Rangers-Simon game goes to extra time, of course, and penalty kicks. And there's a couple of games at least that are looking like they could be heading to extra time at the moment. 74 minutes gone at, sorry, just looking at 76 minutes gone at Tynecastle. It's Hearts 2, Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle 2, and Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. 79 minutes gone in that match. And so that one looked like it could be heading for extra time. The only team winning at the moment is Hibs. They're winning 1-0 against Partick Thistle. It's still tight in that match. I can tell you the Owen Elding has been taken off. Josh Campbell is on for Hibs in that match. Joe Newell is also off. Miguel Chewa is on in that game for Hibs as well. Some substitutions for Partick Thistle. I think about it earlier, but Ben McPherson is off, and Cammy Logan is on. Latosa has gone off for Partick Thistle. Dempsey is on as well. But Hibs looking to see that game out at Easter Road. They're leading by a goal to 0. Hearts 2, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 2. Ryan Douglas has just been substituted off for Inverness Caledonian Thistle. Just trying to see who's come on for Thistle. I'll give you that in just a second. But it's mainly been all Hearts in terms of possession since that goal, that equaliser. But Hearts just looking like beginning to run out of ideas. I'm not entirely sure the triple substitution after Hearts equalised has worked in Hearts' favour at the moment. Certainly think, as I said earlier, Rogers Matto might be a bit disappointed to have been taken off just seconds after getting Hearts back on level terms. It was a great cross from Carjota and a good header from Matto into the corner net, and then immediately substituted off with Braga coming on. I'm sure that was a planned substitution before the goal, but sometimes if a striker scores a goal, then they get to stay on. Bit of slack play from Hearts there, and a shot just over the bar from Inverness. So Inverness haven't really threatened in a wee while, but they're just laying down a marker there that's still dangerous. I think that was Bavic who got the second Inverness goal, unleashed a shot there. But this game, a bit of nerves at Tynecastle, no doubt. 79 minutes is pointing out that Hearts have a dreadful record in the League Cup, Premier Sports Cup, over the last couple of decades. They haven't won it, of course, since 1962, but even given that, they have gone out in the last 16 stage, or before the last 16 stage, in 10 of the last 16 seasons, and it's looking like another struggle for them. Well, they've a number of extra time and penalty shootout defeats in that time as well, and remember losing to Alloa Athletic. I think lost to Falkirk a couple of times. In fact, only one of their defeats in the last 16 over the last 16 years has come at the hands of either half of the Old Firm. That was to Celtic a few seasons ago at Celtic Park, where Celtic raced into a 3-0 lead I think before half time, and then Hearts came out in the second half, got it back to 3-2, but couldn't get the equaliser in that game. Hearts losing to Celtic 3-2. But apart from that, it's been teams outside the Old Firm who've inflicted the damage on Hearts in this competition. The likes of Alloa, Kilmarnock, St Johnstone, St Mirren a few times. St Mirren, in fact, have beaten Hearts 3 times in the last 13 years in this competition. But Hearts really do seem to struggle in the last 16 of this competition. Once, of course, famously, they didn't get out of the group stages, and that's the end of Ian Cathro. Elsewhere, it's marching towards extra time also in Stenhousemuir. Oakleview Park is still 0-0. Motherwell struggling to break down Stenhousemuir. More substitutions. I can tell you that Andrew Shinney has gone off for Stenhousemuir, been replaced by Ewan O'Reilly. And Michael Anderson has gone off. He's been replaced by Gregor Buchanan. They are still Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. Hibs, Partick Thistle beginning to come back in terms of shots. They look like they're piling on the pressure a wee bit. They're up to 7 shots, 4 on target, just 1 off target for them. 13 shots though from Hibs. And Hibs, in fact, just had a chance there a minute ago. I think they've had a few chances in the last few minutes. Just looking at that. Yeah, it's 87 minutes at Easter Road, still 1-0. And I think when Hibs scored early on, they would have hoped to be a bit more comfortable. It's a penalty to Hearts, I can tell you. Tynecastle, Calvin Miller is stepping up to take the kick. And steps up, and he scored. And Calvin Miller put Hearts 3-2 up against Inverness Thistle, Caledonian Thistle, sorry. And that's a big goal for Hearts. I was telling you about their struggles in the League Cup last 16. Well, a penalty to Hearts, and the dispatch by Calvin Miller superbly. Well, Hearts had an expert penalty taker in Lawrence Shankland over the last few seasons. It looks like from early on that Calvin Miller has replaced him pretty easily in that respect. His couple of penalties he's scored recently. Hearts 3, Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle 2. Apologies, didn't get to see what the penalty was awarded for. Can we get you some information? And it was a foul on Carjota in the penalty area that led to that result. And Inverness, I think, will be disappointing with how it's gone away from them a wee bit. But they've put in an enormous amount of work, and they've really looked good today. Hearts have been under a lot of pressure. A chance there for Hearts, and it's 4-2 for Hearts. It's James Wilson who's got the goal, headed in late, close to the line. And James Wilson has got the goal for Hearts. And if that is allowed to stand, maybe hints of offside, but if that is allowed to stand, then that's Hearts through. 4-2 to Hearts now in that match. And it's just unfortunately got away from Inverness right at the end. Inverness had to open up a wee bit to try and get back to level terms. It was a good save from the goalkeeper. Carjota again, what a match he's had. Played it in. A Braga shot, saved by the goalkeeper's legs, but it just spun up invitingly for James Wilson to header into the net. And it's Hearts now 4-2 up in that match, having been 2-1 down after 56 minutes. So just to run through Bogdanovic scored after 16 minutes for Hearts. Inverness came out at the start of the second half, all gun blazing. Two terrific goals, especially Alfie Babbage after 56 minutes breakaway that put them 2-1 up. Ryan Duncan had equalised at the start of the second half, 54 minutes there. So that was 2-1 to Inverness Cali Thistle. Rogers Matto equalised a brilliant run from Kurjota. And he's causing trouble again there. But brilliant run by Kurjota. Crossed into the middle. And Rogers Matto with a very good header back across into the corner of the net. And he was immediately substituted, which is a bit harsh. And since then, Calvin Miller has scored after 82 minutes with a penalty. And James Wilson has just added a fourth goal, 4-2 to Hearts. I can tell you, Hibs Partick Thistle is into the 92nd minute now, and it looks if Hibs are going to see out that result and move into the last 16, move into the last 8, I should say, alongside their neighbours Hearts. But no indication yet on how long to go in that match, but say we're into the 92nd minute. Chance for Hibs, in fact, in the box, but saved by Ben Dempsey. So still 1-0 there. Still 0-0 between Stenhousemuir and Motherwell. That game looks like it's inevitably heading to extra time. That one, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Kicking off just soon at 4 o'clock, Rangers against St Mirren. And just seeing if there's any updates. It's a good moment for my screen to freeze. And it's 5-2 for Hearts, but the goal's been chopped off for offside. Don't seem to be too many complaints. Let's just see. It's a tight one, actually. He may well be onside. Ball played through. And a good finish there by Josh McPake, but it's been ruled out at the moment. That might well be given in the end. Still playing at Easter Road and at Oakview. Just waiting to see if that goal is going to stand for Hearts. Josh McPake, ball through on the left hand side, kept going, and it's given as offside. It's confirmed as offside, and so Hearts still 4-2. It remains. Hearts made to sweat in this match. Very good performance from Inverness. In fact, Inverness coming forward now, looking just to make Hearts sweat a wee bit. That one's still got a wee bit to go. They're just in the 88th minute. Just looking again at the Hibs against Partick Thistle. It's still going. As far as I can see, it's still Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. No further indication of how long that's yet to run. And Stenhousemuir Motherwell, 93rd minute there at Oakview. Still Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0 in that match. So just waiting for confirmation on final whistles. Hearts, after a bit of a scare, look like they're going to be in the last 8 for only the second time in the last 7 seasons that Hearts will have made it past the last 16. And it'll be a bit of a relief to them after Inverness scoring twice at the start of the second half. And looked offside from Hearts, so going for a 5th goal there, but it's cleared away. And the Hibs against Partick Thistle game into the 96th minute now. Still going, still 1-0 to Hibs. And I said, after Hibs took the lead after 12 minutes, they probably hoped it's going to be a more comfortable afternoon than it is. And Hearts have got a fifth goal. Claudio Braga has scored for Hearts, and Hearts making it sound a lot easier than it's actually been for them this afternoon. 5-2 it is now. They've also Inverness had a goal chopped off after about 5 minutes. Also had a goal chopped off, so this could have been absolutely anything today. But Hearts are 5-2 up now at home to Inverness. It's a bit harsh on Inverness, you have to say. I can also tell you now that the Hibs have won. Hibs have won by 1-0. That game is full time, and the Hibs are through to the quarter-finals of the Scottish League Cup, the Premier Sports Cup. And they're delighted with that. It's always going to be a tricky tie against the Partick Thistle side, who started the season well, but Hibs have made it through to the last eight. They are joining Kilmarnock, Aberdeen, Ross County and Celtic from yesterday and Friday. Almost certainly Hearts will be in the last eight as well. They lead, as I said, 5-2. Jota has just been substituted. If he doesn't get man of the match, I don't know who. I think man of the match should be scrapped if he doesn't get man of the match. He's been absolutely outstanding for Hearts. But Claudio Braga, 91st minute goal there, stealing victory for Hearts. It's a very harsh on Inverness, who gave it everything. It could have really been anything, the scoreline today. But Hearts showing their attacking prowess again during that match. It really did look very uncomfortable for Hearts when Inverness scored those two quick goals at the start of the second half to go 2-1 up. And in fact, a chance here for Inverness just over the bar. But Hibs 1-0 win against Partick Thistle. They're through, as I said, to the quarter-final draw. Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. Is still playing, as far as I can see, Stenhousemuir against Motherwell. In fact, I think that's now gone full time. Yes, it has. So that game is now going into extra time. The match between Motherwell and Stenhousemuir and Motherwell. And Motherwell would not have wanted extra time in this match just before they play their European match, but well done really to Stenhousemuir. And Hearts have got a sixth goal, would you believe? Hearts have got a sixth goal. Calvin Miller has got the sixth goal for Hearts, and just checking that one's going to stand. There was a slight hint of offside. Couldn't have a third goal ruled out for offside in this match, could we? But 6-2 for Hearts, and that is very harsh on Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle, but fantastic result for Hearts, especially, as I was saying earlier, given their poor record in this competition over the last 16 years or so. Just watching it back, it looks like it was onside. But once again, just to rotate, so Hearts 6, Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle 2. That game almost done. Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. That is full time, and also full time Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. In fact, Hearts have now gone full time after beating Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle by 6-2. 4 very late goals from Hearts in that match. Calvin Miller 3 very late goals. No, I was right, 4 very late goals from Hearts in that match. Calvin Miller after 82 minutes with a penalty put Hearts 3-2 up. James Wilson then after 84 minutes made it 4-2. Claudio Braga after 91 minutes made it 5-2. And Calvin Miller again after 94 minutes made it 6-2. Incredibly harsh on Inverness given all they put into that match. But extra time now being played in local view. Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0, and again that's not really what they wanted ahead of their big European tie in midweek. But Stenhousemuir, what a remarkable job Marvin Bartley's done. It couldn't have been easy coming into that job after the success of Gary Naismith, who took them back-to-back promotions into the Championship, and then left to join Ayr United. And there's no doubt that Stenhousemuir will have a big battle on their hands just to stay in the Championship, you would think. But it's been an incredible start to the season for them, particularly in the Premier Sports Cup, where they got through. Now they're holding Motherwell, one of the best teams in the Scottish Premier League, the Scottish Premiership, holding them 0-0 at the moment. And in fact, holding might be a bit of an exaggeration, because they've actually had more shots than Motherwell today. They've had 8 shots to 6 so far, but that game's in extra time, and could well be heading for penalties. But just to bring you up to date then on all the scorelines from around the grounds today. In the Premier Sports Cup, Hearts 6, Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle 2. As we said, Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. It's gone into extra time. Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. And just kicking off in the next few minutes, Rangers against St Mirren. Can just bring you the lineups in that match. So Rangers have gone with Pander in goal. It's Penrice, Fernandez, Stirling, Raskin, Nadiri, Chukwani, Makanye, Dragojevic, Gashama, and Yokota in the start lineup for Rangers. For St Mirren, it's Jacob Chapman in goal, and their lineup is the same. So Jaden Richardson, Marcus Fraser, Alex Gogic, Declan John. In the midfield, Ryan Carr, Samuel Ramos. He's looking he looked really good in the early rounds of the League Cup. Killian Phillips is playing Ismail Kabaya, Chris Mockery, and Isusa Suli is up top for St Mirren in that match, and that's just about to kick off. As I said, we'll keep you up to date with what's happening at Oakle View as well. That match still in extra time has started there, so we'll keep you up to date with what's going on. So Hearts win 6-2 after really being troubled by Inverness, Caledonian and Thistle. Hibs 1, Partick Thistle 0. An early goal there. Hibs Owen Elding keeping up his goal scoring exploits at the start of the season. And Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. It's in extra time, and as I said, St Mirren against Rangers against St Mirren, I should say, just kicking off right about now. I think it has kicked off, I'd imagine. In the SWPL, it's Hibs 7, Motherwell 0. That's full time. Montrose 1, Rangers 4, and Spartans 1, Partick Thistle 1. Hearts against Aberdeen, just kick off. Hearts defending their title, of course. And Hearts will be hoping to get off to as good a start as their neighbours Hibs have got off to, but I suspect it might be a slightly more difficult match for them. Just looking at Rangers against St Mirren just about to kick off, I can tell you Hearts against Aberdeen in the SWPL has now kicked off at the Fanlock Community Stadium, where Hearts will be playing their home matches this season. And certainly be interesting. Glasgow City against Celtic is another intriguing tie to kick off the SWPL this season. I can tell you, if you're at all interested, not sure too many people are, but if you're at all interested, the Community Shield at half time is Arsenal 2, Manchester City 0 in the Millionaires Playground. Calafiore got scored after 1 minute, and Kai Havertz scored after 28 minutes. Arsenal 2, Manchester City 0 in the Community Shield. There. So we'll keep you up to date with the goals as they go in the 4 matches that are still being played. Rangers have, I can tell you, started on the front foot in that one. And a big game for Derek McInnes. This one, you feel if Rangers don't win this one, then it's only going to spiral. Doesn't look like a huge crowd there at Ibrox. Big enough, but not look like a foul for St Mirren. It is. Actually, it's a bigger crowd than I first thought there at Ibrox. Certainly not full though. But St Mirren, of course, the cup holders in that match, and you can just imagine what would happen if St Mirren were to take the lead in that match. But at the moment, it's Rangers on the front foot, looking like they could well get an early goal. They've got a corner in that match. Still Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. We've gone 9 minutes in extra time, and still not too much happening. That Alex Lowry has just had a chance from just outside the box, but that's gone wide. But apart from that, not a lot happening. Motherwell will be looking ahead to Thursday night with a massive match there, but they've got Stenhousemuir in front of them at the moment, and Stenhousemuir putting up an excellent display. And as I was saying earlier, what a job Marvin Bartley's done so far in his tenure as manager of Stenhousemuir. It couldn't have been easy taking over from Gary Naismith, given he'd back-to-back promotions with Stenhousemuir. But they've had an excellent time in the group stages of the competition, and now holding Motherwell, probably the third or fourth best team in Scotland, to 0-0, ahead of that massive European tie for Motherwell in midweek. Still Rangers 0, St Mirren 0. That's just gone 4 minutes. It's been mainly Rangers, but St Mirren just attacking here. It's a good move from St Mirren. Brilliant turn shot and just wide. Oh, that was a chance for St Mirren to go ahead there. And, well, it's been all Rangers so far, but, well, if that had gone in, you could probably hear the boos from Govan wherever you are if that had gone in. But St Mirren's showing how dangerous they can be on the attack. They've had a good start to the league season, maybe a slightly disappointing League Cup stage. They had they drawn or beaten Dunfermline in that final game, they would have been seeded and would have avoided this trip to Ibrox. But they failed. Dunfermline thoroughly deserved to win that game with a penalty kick. And Dunfermline beating St Mirren 1-0 in that game, and that meant that St Mirren were unseeded and were drawn against Rangers at Ibrox. It's all been given away early in that match. Stenhousemuir against Motherwell, that's now into the 11th minute of extra time. Still no goals in that one. Just looking at the stats of that one, still Motherwell well ahead in terms of possession, but Stenhousemuir still ahead in terms of shots at goal. Here's a chance for Rangers and just wide. Oh, that was a big chance for Rangers. Shot that opened up at the edge of the match for Dragojevic, and he's put that one wide. It was set up really well, and yeah, he really should have done better with that effort wide of the post. Still Stenhousemuir now, Motherwell 0, as I said. 12 minutes gone in extra time there. Just a few of the stats. So Stenhousemuir had 35% possession to Motherwell 65. 9 shots for Stenhousemuir to 7 for Motherwell. 4 of the 9 shots from Stenhousemuir have been on target, according to this. 8 corners apiece. 11 fouls to 14. Maybe says something about the match at the moment, but fiercely contested. Motherwell took Mastroianni off midway through the second half in that match, just after the hour match, in fact, and brought on Regan Giles Cook. I'd imagine that was saving Mastroianni for Thursday night. Just at the start of extra time, Stenhousemuir took Leighton Grant off and brought Matthew Aiken on. No further substitutions in extra time as yet in that match. So, no goals in Oakville, no goals so far at Ibrox. That match is just 7.5 minutes underway. And in the SWPL, it's still Hearts 0, Aberdeen 0, and Glasgow City against Celtic just about to kick off. Just a reminder, earlier in the day in the SWPL, Hibs started their league campaign with a thumping 7-0 win over Motherwell. Rangers were being held to Montrose for 1 each for much of that match, but eventually run out 4-1 winners, and Spartans and Partick Thistle drew 1 each in that match. So it's Hearts defending their title, opening up their defence of their title against Aberdeen. 0-0 there after 10 minutes, and Glasgow City and Celtic just getting underway. In the Premier Sports Cup earlier, Hearts beat Inverness 6-2. That doesn't really tell the story of that match. A chance there for Rangers, just breaking off for a minute. In fact, Rangers have scored. I can tell you, Rangers are a goal up in that match. Just trying to see who has got that goal. But an early goal for Rangers in that tie, and that will probably ease some of the tensions around Ibrox. It was a good save from the goalkeeper, but a bit like out one of the Hearts goals, it just sprung up nicely for Rangers player. I'm trying to just see who it was to head into the net. In fact, did it come off his arm? No. Sure, they'll be looking at that. Just trying to see that. Doesn't seem to be too many complaints from St Mirren, but difficult to see if it comes off his chest or his arm. might be difficult for VAR to determine as well. But it's VAR in fact checking the goal. John Beaton is the referee. So he's definitely not any VAR controversy affecting him. And the goal does stand, in fact, so after a quick VAR check, that goal does stand. Rangers 1, St Mirren 0. And it's Nadiri who got the goal. Chance for St Mirren at the other end, and St Mirren got a corner straight from the kick-off in that match. To Rangers 1, St Mirren 0 after Nadiri after 9 minutes in that game. Says from the corner. Just keep you up to date with what's happening in these games. Still 0-0 between Stenhousemuir and Motherwell. That's deep in the first half of extra time. It may well be. Half time in this time. There's a booking for some unplay as well. Just back. Yep, it's half time and extra time at Oakle View. So still Stenhousemuir 0, Motherwell 0. Another substitution for Stenhousemuir. Lewis O'Donnell has gone off. Archie Graham has come on. So a bit of a struggle for Motherwell. Stenhousemuir doing really well at the moment. I can tell you in the SWPL, a quick-fire double for Hearts. They've gone 2-0 up on Aberdeen. 2 goals in a minute there for Hearts. Just getting the goal scores for you. It's Carly Johns after 13 minutes. Mariana Speckmeyer after 14. Well, I said it was unlikely Hearts would replicate their neighbours' win today of 7-0. Well, they've got themselves off to an absolute flyer in that match, and the defending champions Hearts are 2 goals to the good in the SWPL. Their male counterparts made it tougher. Were made to work very hard for their win against Inverness Thistle in the Spoorts Cup today. 6-2 doesn't sound it, but 4 of those goals came. 4 of those goals came very late on in the match, in the last in the last 10 minutes of the match, the 4 goals for Hearts in the Premier Sports Cup. Hearts winning 6-2 there after being 2-1 down after just 56 minutes of that match. Rangers, just to say, they already look pretty comfortable against St Mirren. St Mirren have had a couple of breaks, couple of chances, but that early goal for Rangers has certainly helped the matters there. Nadiri after 9 minutes. But Rangers still kind of giving the ball away pretty easily. And you certainly don't want to give too much encouragement to a St Mirren team that's pretty high in confidence after their back-to-back league wins. These two sides were supposed to meet next Sunday, I should say, as well. But that game's been postponed due to Rangers being involved in the Conference League playoff. So no game for St Mirren next weekend. In fact, only one game going ahead in the Scottish Premiership next weekend. That's the Dundee Derby, and that's an evening kick-off, I think 5:45, if I remember correctly. So just the one game in the Scottish Premiership next weekend being played due to 5 sides, I should say, involved in playoffs in the European games. They're allowed to postpone their league game that if you're in the playoff round of a European competition. That's a rule that was brought in by the SPFL last season. I'm trying to think if any team took advantage of that last season. I don't think they did, but maybe wrong about that. But certainly all 5 have taken advantage of it this season. And so there were supposed to be Falkirk against Hearts next week. That game is off. Hibs against Kilmarnock subsequently postponed as well. Motherwell against Aberdeen, again, that was supposed to take place. That game is off. And Rangers against St Mirren is also off. St Johnstone against Celtic off as well. As I said, just the Dundee Derby next week. The Scottish Cup gets underway next week, preliminary round of the Scottish Cup. So we'll be trying to keep you up to date with those results next Saturday as much as we can. But incredible to think of the Scottish Cup getting underway in August. And that's a brilliant second goal for Rangers. A fantastic volley from the edge of the area. And Rangers go 2 ahead now against St Mirren. And it's already looking very ominous for the cup holders. It's seeding early at Ibrox. It's never really a good thing for Celtic Park. And some haven't done particularly badly so far, but that is a fantastic volley from the edge of the area right into the net. That's a one for the cameraman. And Rangers have a 2-goal lead early on at home to St Mirren. And it does look like the cup holders are going to struggle to stay in the competition. Those going to be tough, and I hate to sound harsh, but to some extent, St Mirren only have themselves to blame. They could have been seeded if they'd just got a draw against Dunfermline in their last group stage match, but they failed to do that. Dunfermline beat them by 1-0, and the reward for that was a trip to Ibrox. They would have avoided Rangers had they been seeded in the last 16, of course. But goals from Nadiri and now Dragojevic, it's been a long afternoon, have meant it's Rangers 2, St Mirren 0. Long way back for St Mirren now. in that match at Ibrox. Still, Hearts 2, Aberdeen 0 in the SWPL. I can tell you Glasgow City have just taken the lead against Celtic in the SWPL. And that match, just get you the scorer in a second. It's Lisa Forrest after 10 minutes. Sister of Alan and James Forrest, of course. So she's got the goal after just 10 minutes of that match. And Glasgow City off to a flyer. Oh, that was a great chance for St Mirren. Ball into the free kick into the box. Free header with 7 yards out there. And over the bar. And that's a big miss for St Mirren. You can't really afford to miss these sort of chances. Especially when you're 2-0 down. So big chance for St Mirren there to get back into this tie, but that went over the bar. And as we're saying in the SWPL, the two favourites in the later kickoffs, Hearts and Glasgow City, off to a perfect start. That's 2-0 up against Aberdeen after 22 minutes. Glasgow City 1 up after against Celtic after 11 minutes. And so Glasgow City 1, Celtic 0. Lisa Forrest with the goal there. And as I said, Hearts 2, Aberdeen 0. Carly Johns and Mariana Speckmeyer with the goals. In that match, Rangers are a corner in their match against St Mirren. It's still in the Premiership Sports Cup. I can tell you, Stenhousemuir have taken the lead against Motherwell in the cup. Just confirming that Stenhousemuir 1, Motherwell 0. Ewan O'Reilly after 104 minutes, and Motherwell may well be one of the favourites, you would have thought, for this tournament. May well be crashing out of the tournament at home away to Stenhousemuir. This is an incredible result. Just again, the brilliant job that Marvin Bartley's done there, taking over from Gary Naismith. But it's Stenhousemuir 1, Motherwell 0 in extra time. That match has got about 5 minutes to go in extra time. Not long for Motherwell to respond to that goal. Just trying to see. Yes, so it's Ewan O'Reilly who's got the goal for Stenhousemuir. And that would be certainly the biggest upset for some time, I think, in the League Cup. Stenhousemuir now, of course, of the Championship, having had back-to-back. And I can tell you, there's just looking at Rangers against Mirren. Rangers hit the underside of the bar. The ball comes down. It looks like it bounces on the line. I think they're just checking if it went over the line, but it looks to me as it bounces down onto the line. Let's see. It's difficult to see from an angle, but it looks to me as if it doesn't cross the line. And someone screw away. It's an injury to a Rangers player at the moment. Yep, hit the ball there. But back to probably the biggest upset of the competition so far. Stenhousemuir 1, Motherwell 0. If it was to stay like that, surely one of the favourites for the competition, Motherwell, you'd have thought, will look to be heading out of the competition. And incredibly, Stenhousemuir, who were in League 2 just a few seasons ago, they could well be in the quarter-finals of the League Cup in just a few minutes. And they'll be certainly keen to see the draw at the end of the Rangers and Nunn match. But Motherwell have little more than 2 minutes to try and get that tie to a penalty shootout. As I said, Stenhousemuir 1, Motherwell 0. It's Rangers 2, St Mirren 0 in the Premier Sports Cup. They could have had a third there, but the ball hitting off the bar, coming down on the line and bouncing away to safety. It's already a tough afternoon for St Mirren in that game. They sort of had a couple of chances, but including one free header from 6 yards out, which was over the bar. Had they scored that, they might have got back into the tie, but looking a difficult afternoon for them at the moment. 25 minutes gone in that match at Ibrox, 2-0 to Rangers. Still Stenhousemuir 1, Motherwell 0 in extra time. Looks just about into the last minute of extra time in that match. It's Ewan O'Reilly who got the goal for Stenhousemuir, and just trying to see if I can get a description of the goal. I'm just been told it's a right-footed shot from the centre of the box into the bottom left-hand corner. Stenhousemuir ahead in that tie. So we'll just to reiterate the scores today in the Premier Sports Cup. It's Hearts 6, Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle 2. Just to reiterate, that is very, very harsh on Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle. It was 2 each with just going into about the 85th minute of that match. So Hearts scoring 4 goals really in the last sort of 10 minutes of play with injury time in that match. Orgravich got the goal after 16 minutes for Hearts to go 1-0 up, but Inverness Caledonian Thistle came out all guns blazing at the start of the second half, scored 2 excellent goals, including 1 brilliant breakaway goal. If you haven't seen it, hopefully you'll be able to see it at some point. It was Magnuson had a shot for Hearts and I was looking to shoot at the edge of the box. It was blocked, and Inverness Caledonian Thistle, just a brilliant breakaway at speed. Ball played through to Alfie Bavidge, who rounded the Hearts goalkeeper and slotted into net. At that stage, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 2-1 up on Hearts after 56 minutes. Rogers Matto got Hearts level after 59 minutes to make it 2 each in that match. And it looked like he was heading for extra time, but then a penalty for Calvin Miller, penalty for Hearts, I should say, after 82 minutes. Calvin Miller slotted it away to make it 3-2, and then Hearts just Inverness Caledonian Thistle really had to open up to try and get the equaliser, and they were caught numerous times. First through James Wilson, really Kajota tormenting the Inverness Caledonian Thistle defence today. A brilliant cross, and Wilson scored the goal. Braga got a goal after 90 minutes, just into stoppage time that match, and then 4 minutes into stoppage time, Calvin Miller added a 6th goal for Hearts, but certainly that doesn't tell the whole story. Still looking at the Stenhousemuir against Motherwell game, they're into injury time of extra time. It's still Stenhousemuir 1, Motherwell 0, and the biggest upset of the League Cup season surely about to happen, and it is full time. I can tell you, Stenhousemuir have beaten Motherwell by a 1-0 in that match. Ewan O'Reilly, after 114 minutes, has knocked Motherwell out of the competition. Saying earlier, I think if you're to list some of your favourites for the cup competitions this season, you would probably put Motherwell in your top 3 or 4, certainly, maybe even higher than that. But that's Motherwell. I've gone out of the competition, and maybe once again another sign of competing interests in the cup competitions in terms of Europe. But let's not take anything away from Stenhousemuir. Have had a brilliant start to the season, particularly in the Premier Sports Cup. topping their group and getting through to these last ladder stages, and now taking out Motherwell. So Stenhousemuir will be in the quarter-finals of the Cup. I can tell you St Mirren have scored at Ibrox. Let me just check on that right now. It's really a defensive mistake by Rangers. Gave the ball away on the edge of the area. That's a brilliant strike. It really is a fantastic strike there. So just breaking off and tell you, Chris, is it Mockery? Excuse the pronunciation. Chris Mockery has scored with a brilliant strike. So someone back in it at Ibrox there. I can tell you that someone scoring after 30 minutes. It's Rangers 0, St Mirren, Rangers 2, sorry, St Mirren 1 in that game. And Chris Mockery has got that goal. Hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Apologies to St Mirren fans if I am not. But back to Stenhousemuir, that's a stunning result for them at Oakville View, putting out Motherwell. And they now join Kilmarnock, Aberdeen, Ross County, Celtic, Hearts and Hibs in the draw, and just one place remaining for Rangers or St Mirren in that quarter-final draw. But two teams, one team from League One, one team from the Championship, if they were to draw each other in the draw that's coming up in what, about an hour and a half time, probably a bit later than that, probably about 6:15, I would imagine, depending on the result at Ibrox. But if Stenhousemuir were to draw Ross County, it would mean a team from outside the top division would be guaranteed a place in the semi-final of this competition, and that would be remarkable if you'd Stenhousemuir were to get to the semi-final, and you really wouldn't rule them out. I mean, especially if they were to get a home tie in that set quarter-final draw, you really wouldn't rule them out causing an upset again. If they were to draw Aberdeen, the Hearts, the Hibs, of course they've got history against Aberdeen, haven't they? But yeah, what a remarkable result for Stenhousemuir today, beating out Motherwell, and not the preparation Motherwell were looking for ahead of their big European tie on Thursday night. They'll be looking forward to that. I dearly hope one of the broadcasters is picking up that Motherwell-Freiburg game. I'm sure it's a game that not just Motherwell fans want to see. I'm sure teams, supporters of other teams would love to see that tie on the telly. Big European night for Motherwell, and let's hope they can cause a bit of a scare themselves on Thursday night. It's going to be tough against the finalists of the Europa League last season, but fingers crossed Mo can do something, but certainly not the best preparation for them. Once again, well done to Martin Butley's team. They have beaten Motherwell by a goal to nil, and as I said, they join Kilmarnock, Aberdeen, Ross County, Celtic, Hearts and Hibs in the last 8 draw when it takes place later on this evening. Rangers went into a 2-goal lead at Ibrox in their match against St Mirren very early on. Goals from Nadiri and Dragojevic. I can't say his name. Dragojevic. It's too late. But anyway, Rangers 2-0 up in that match, and then Chris Mockery with a brilliant strike, getting Simon back to within a goal. It was a fantastic strike from Dragojevic. I can't say his name. Dragojevic. Brilliant strike from him as well for Rangers' second goal. Brilliant volley into the net, and that had calmed a lot of nerves you'd have thought around Ibrox going 2-0 up, but slight ball out of defence from Rangers let Simon back into it. Simon had another goalless chance earlier in the match when it was 2-0. Free kick into the box and excuse me, a free header just 7-8 yards out, and that could have been 2-1 at that point, but Simon, it looked like a long afternoon for them when they went 2-0 down, but they're back in it now, and you know how fragile that Rangers team can be, especially in front of their home supporters, and the home supporters will certainly let them know if they're not happy, as I suspect there might be a few grumbles around the place at the moment, given the way the game is going. Rangers have had a number of opportunities, kind of shots from long distance, but quite close. But Simon edging their way back into this match at Ibrox. Still Rangers 2, Simon now. Just to quickly go back to the SWPL, still Hearts 2, Aberdeen 0. Two quick goals from Hearts early on. Carly Johns after 30 minutes, Mariana Speckmeyer after 14 minutes, and Hearts 2-0 up against Aberdeen in that match. And Glasgow City a goal up against Celtic in the match at Petershill. Lisa Forrest has got the goal there, sister of Alan and James Forrest. She's put Glasgow City ahead in that match, and as I was saying earlier, Glasgow City will definitely be hoping to wrestle back control of the Scottish women's game that they've let slip for quite a number of years now. It's a few years since they lifted the Premier League Premiership title. It's certainly the Glasgow City, Celtic and Rangers won't like the fact that it's been Hearts and Hibs who've lifted the title in the last couple of seasons. As I say, in the last 5 seasons, 5 different winners of the league in the women's game, and each season has gone down to a nail-biting last game of the season, and hopefully the same this season. A number of teams have seen a mass exodus of players down south and abroad, and so it's a difficult period for the women's game in Scotland, but hopefully it's still the same excitement. Hearts going out of the Champions League last weekend, they drop into the second competition, and hopefully they can progress in that one, and hopefully Glasgow City can progress in Europe as well this season. Certainly be another interesting campaign in the Women's League. In case you are at all interested, I'm not sure too many people are, but Community Shield Arsenal 3-0 up on Manchester City. That 3-0 after 48 minutes it was just now. In the 79 minutes, so it looks like Arsenal will be winning the champions, the Charity Shield, sorry, in that match. Can't say I particularly care for it too much. But that's the English Cup raiser for the English Premier season up and running. Still someone pushing forward. Another chance for them at Ibrox, trying to get that equaliser. Still Rangers 2, St 1 in that game. And Hearts have now gone 3-0 up in the SWPL at home to Aberdeen. Just look at Ellen Dolan, who's got the third goal for Hearts in the SWPL. After 41 minutes of that match. So Hearts maybe looking to eclipse their rivals at the top of the table. Hibs winning 7-0 earlier on, and Hearts are 3-0 up before half time in their match against Aberdeen, and looking like another tough season for Aberdeen in the Scottish Women's Premier League. I think I'm right saying they finished second bottom last season in that division. It's maybe a bit surprising that Aberdeen, with the resources that they have, are not doing better in the women's game, but maybe difficult to attract players. But certainly Montrose giving Rangers a bit of a scare today, and Partick Thistle Spartans drawing. It's not going to get easy. Rangers on a breakaway. Brilliant block by St Mirren there at Ibrox in the Premier Spoorts Cup. We're just Racing scored Hearts 3, Aberdeen 0 in the SWPL. In the Premier Sports Cup earlier today, Hearts beat Inverness Caledonian Thistle by 6-2. That game was a lot closer than that sounds. The big result in the Premier Sport Cup this weekend is that Stenhousemuir have knocked out Motherwell by 1-0. Stenhousemuir scoring in the 114th minute of that game, deep in extra time, to knock Motherwell out of the competition, and Stenhousemuir will take their place in the quarter-final draw later this evening once the Rangers St Mirren game is finished. Hibs beat Partick Thistle by 1-0. It was a goal after 12 minutes for Hibs, and they were able to see that out against Partick Thistle, and they too joined Hearts in the last 8 of the competition. And so a goal just going in, and I can tell you that Celtic have scored against Glasgow City. Celtic have equalised in that game. So not good news for Leon Ross in that game. Glasgow City won, Celtic won. Lee Gibson own goal, I'm being told, for Celtic. So Glasgow City were off to a flyer in that match. They're looking to wrestle back control of the SWPL from the likes of Hearts and Hibs, who've won it in the last couple of seasons, and that's a bit of a blow to them. Celtic, disappointingly for them, finished 5th in the league title last season, although it was a very close season, very close league season, as it does tend to be in the SWPL. The last 5 seasons, it's come down to the last game of the season, and 5 different winners of the SWPL over the last 5 seasons as well. So it's looking like another tight one, with Hibs winning 7-0 against Motherwell, Rangers eventually beating Montrose 4-1 today. Hearts 3-0 up against Aberdeen, and that one's approaching half time, just checking. Yeah, that's nearly half time there. That's 3-0 up against Aberdeen. And Glasgow City and Celtic drawing one each. That one's about 35 minutes gone in the clock. It's almost half time between Rangers and St Mirren and Ibrox. It's still Rangers 2, St Mirren 1 in the Premier Sports Cup. Rangers took the lead, through Nadiri after 9 minutes. Dragojevic scored after 18 minutes to make it 2-0. Looked like a long afternoon for St Mirren at that point, but select play in the Rangers defence gave an opening to Chris Muckery, and he unleashed a brilliant shot into the corner of the net, top corner of the net. And St Mirren back in this tie at 2-1 now. They've also had another chance prior to them getting a goal. Free header which went over the bar. Rangers have had a few chances as well. Difficult to see from the games I've seen, certainly a big goal of the afternoon, but certainly Inverness Caledonian Thistle's second goal against Hearts, an outstanding team goal breakaway. Dragojevic's stunning strike, stunning volley against St Mirren here today. Also, it was a fantastic goal, and same with Chris Walker's strike against to make it 2-1 today against Rangers. That's another fantastic goal. So really good goals. I haven't seen Stenhousemuir's goal against Motherwell, but that probably will be the most talked about goal of the weekend. Stenhousemuir knocking Motherwell out of the Premier Sports Cup. So we're approaching half time in the Premier Sports match between Rangers and St Mirren. We're approaching half time in the SWPL match between Hearts and Aberdeen as well. In fact, it is half time between Hearts and Aberdeen in the SWPL. Hearts 3, Aberdeen 0. Carly Johns, Mariana Speckmeyer, and Ellen Dolan, the goals for Hearts in that first half, and Hearts getting their title defence off to a good start by the sounds of it. As I said, that match is now at half time, and Hibs might be looking over their shoulder a wee bit. It's only the first game of the season. They must have thought, having beaten Motherwell 7-0, they would comfortably be top of the table tonight. Hearts might have other ideas as they sit 3-0 up on Aberdeen at present, and just keeping an eye on Ibrox. It looked like a bad foul, and we're just about at half time, I think, in that match. And indeed, it is half time in Ibrox, and that is Rangers 2, St Mirren 1. We'll be back shortly for the second half of the two games in the SPF, in the Scottish Women's Premier League, and that game at Ibrox, and hope to bring you also the League Cup draw whenever the Rangers St Mirren game finishes. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. The second half is kicked off at Ibrox. Still Rangers 2, St Mirren 1. Rangers have made a substitution. Kota has gone off. Finlay Curtis has come on, and Finlay Curtis has already looked good in the early stages of the second half. Teams are also back out and started in the SWPL between Hearts and Aberdeen, and that's still at Hearts 3, Aberdeen 0. So big changes for Hearts in the summer, most notably with the loss of their head coach to Manchester United, as it turned out to be, although Eva Holland did announce she would be leaving Hearts at the end of last season. It's kind of a bit odd timing at that stage, when Hearts were still going for the title, and it did seem odd timing. She did, in the post-match interview on the day they won the title, indicate that she was not happy with the budget she would have for this season. Obviously feeling that Hearts needed to progress, and she wasn't happy that certainly the budget she was offered for this season, that was, I think, a key reason in her leaving the club. But I think Hearts would have found it difficult to hold on to her anyway. It's been demonstrated that she's now head coach of Manchester United women's team. So that's Eva Holland, but Hearts starting off with a bang to the title defence, 3-0 up on Aberdeen, and looking like another long, hard season for Aberdeen in the SWPL at the moment. Hibs beat Motherwell 7-0 earlier. Rangers eventually overcome Montrose by winning 4-1, and Spartans and Partick Thistle drew 0-0. In the big game in the SWPL this afternoon, it's Glasgow City 1, Celtic 2. Glasgow City took the lead in that match through Lisa Forrest, but Lee Gibson own goal, and Fiorella Morgan, after 39 minutes, has put Celtic 2-1 up in that match. And Glasgow City were the one dominant sides in Scottish football at the Scottish Women's level, Scottish Women's Premier League, but that's all changed in recent years. 5 different winners of the SWPL in the last 5 seasons, and with all the upheaval, you'd have thought maybe Glasgow City would have been ready to steal back their crown this season. It's not getting off to the best of starts so far. 2-1 down to Celtic as things stand. And the big news, though, from the Premier Sports Cup is that Stenhousemuir have beaten Motherwell by a 0-0. Goal coming in the 114th minute from Ewan O'Reilly, deep into extra time in that match, and Stenhousemuir gone on to record that famous victory, and they're into the last 8 of the League Cup. As pointing out earlier, that of course also in the last 8 are Ross County, and it would be really interesting if Stenhousemuir and Ross County were to draw each other and guarantee a team out with the top flight going through to the semi-final. As things stand, though, it's Kilmarnock, Aberdeen, Ross County, Celtic, Hearts, Hibs and Stenhousemuir who are in the hat for the draw, which will take place following the match between Rangers and St Mirren, probably in about an hour's time, you would think, the time they wrap everything up at Ibrox. Of course, it might be a bit later if the game goes into extra time. Currently, as you know, it's Rangers 2, St Mirren 1. Rangers on a quick break out here after a small free kick. It's a brilliant ball through. It's a chance for Rangers to go 3-1 up. They have done. Rangers have scored. It's 3-1 to Rangers, and Simon had a free kick. Rangers broke away, and just checking, there's no hint of offside there, but Rangers have restored their 2-goal lead in the match very early on in the second half. Just double checking, I don't think there's any hint of offside. No, it looks pretty much onside to me anyway, and Rangers have got the goal, and it's Gassama who's scored it. Good breakaway from Rangers, and that will ease the nerves and the tension around Ibrox, no doubt. It's been looking a bit threatening to start the second half, but it's Rangers who've got that all-important third goal for them in the tie, and St Mirren find themselves once again 2 goals behind in that tie. So Gassama adding to Dragojevic and Nadiri, with Chris Muckery the goal for St Mirren. And at the moment, very much looking like it will be Rangers who will be the final team in the draw for when that takes place after their match with St Mirren. And in fact, I think that's a 4th goal for Rangers. Indeed it is. 4-1 to Rangers now. And that surely is it for the defending champions. St Mirren will surely now be bowing out of the competition in the last 16 stage. Scramble really in the box. I mean, St Mirren failed to deal with it, and driven home by James Penrice in his debut for Rangers. They are checking a possible offside, I have to tell you. Didn't think it was offside, but they are checking a possible offside. And James Penrice on loan from AEK Athens. It's very tight, I have to say. Might be quite a bit of a delay in this to find out if that 4th goal for Rangers is going to stand. James Penrice scoring on his debut. John Beaton waiting to hear from VAR. It's definitely incredibly tight. It's not Penrice who's offside, it's Twenty who lays the ball off to him. And Zakasama. Twenty who lays the ball off to him anyway. Still waiting to hear if that 4th goal is going to count. And indeed it does count, so Rangers are 4-1 up. A very close VAR offside decision there, but the goal stands. Rangers have come out at the start of the second half, scored 2 goals in 2 minutes, and that is surely the end of St Mirren's defence of this competition. They'll have fond memories for years to come of that day at Hampden Park when they defeated Celtic, probably the semi-final as well, when they beat Motherwell by 4-1, then beat Celtic 3-1 in the final. Probably the result that did for Wilfred Nancy in the end, because although he was there for 4 or 5 weeks after it, Celtic never really recovered from that. So, although Rangers are 4-1 up, I think they'll be a bit concerned at how easily they're giving away possession high up the pitch to Simon. But Rangers coming back with another chance, and it's going to be 5-1, is it? No, it's cleared off the line. Well, not quite off the line, but it should have been 5-1 to Rangers there, and it's all going a bit wrong for St Mirren, it has to be said. And if St Mirren are not careful, they're going to be on the end of a big result, because they're throwing men forward to try and get back into this tie, but they're leaving themselves open at the back, and Rangers are exploiting that, a bit like the third goal for Rangers. St Mirren with a free kick and delivered the ball into the box. It broke down for St Mirren. Rangers broke really quickly to get that third goal for them, and then quickly afterwards that fourth goal for James Penrice. So it was Penrice who set up the goal, the third goal for Rangers as well. So he's had a very good debut, and certainly happier times for Rangers today than they've experienced so far in the league season, league or European season, it has to be said. And Rangers now playing with a huge air of confidence as they really are putting St Mirren to the sword right now. And this will be a very difficult watch for St Mirren fans, but for Rangers fans who've suffered a lot so far this season, they will just be delighted to see this level of performance from their team. It's so that is surely all but dusted in the Premier Spoorts Cup. It surely will be Rangers who will be joining Kilmarnock, Aberdeen, Ross County, Celtic, Hearts, Hibs and Stenhousemuir in the last 8 of the competition. Simon having a break here, but we lost the ball now, and we've had to throw into Simon. So just getting back to the SWPL earlier today, just to round up, Hibs beat Motherwell by 7-0 in the lunchtime kickoff. Hibs totally in command of that match from start to finish, really, and really from when they opened the scoring after 23 minutes. And it was Aoife Caldwell who scored 4 of the goals. Jessica Ramsey and Rachel Boyle with the others, and Hibs got off to a flyer 7-0. Rangers, a bit of a struggle for them in the SWPL today. They won comfortably in the end, but for long periods of the match it didn't look that way. Bailey Collins certainly opened the scoring for Rangers after just 7 minutes, but Darcy Miller equalised for Montrose after 39. It stayed that way right until the 69th minute when Bailey Collins made it 2-1, and then Eva Hendel and Katie Wilkinson finished the job for Rangers. 4-1 for them against Montrose in the SWPL. And in the other match in the SWPL, the other early kickoff at the 1pm kickoff at the Vanlock Community Stadium, it was Spartans 1, Partick Thistle 1. Spartans equalising with just 8 minutes to go in that match through Tana Hollis after Sophie Townsley had given them the lead. Interestingly, Hearts also playing at the Vanlock Community Stadium, and they've just gone 4-0 up. I can tell you, just looking, Jenny Smith has added a 4th goal for Hearts in the SWPL match against Aberdeen. So that's Hearts 4, Aberdeen 0. Just realising on the ticker we've still got that game at half time. It's well beyond half time now. 61 minutes gone. And Hearts 4-0 up on Aberdeen. They are just holding that on the scoreline. Hearts 4, Aberdeen 0, and yet rival Hibs for their scoreline that Hearts would need to score 4 goals. I suppose 3 goals would take Hearts top of the table on goal on alphabetical order, wouldn't it? If Hearts were to score another 3 goals in that match. So it's looking all but done. Glenn Phillips picking up an injury there, but it seems to be okay, and Simon will be happy with that. Certainly, Simon will be very keen for the transfer window to close and for him still to be at the club. It's been a good start to the season for Simon, but I'm sure they will be kicking themselves at it's not getting the draw against them when they needed to be seeded and would have avoided Rangers. You know, they might have had to go to Stenhousemuir. Stenhousemuir, of course, knocking Motherwell out of the cup in the big shock this weekend. It's been a fantastic start to the season for Marvin Bartley, and I was saying earlier, it's not an easy thing to come in, and I mean, normally when a manager comes in, it's on the back of poor results, and surely it's a bit easier to kind of try and lift the players, but when you're coming in on the back of back-to-back promotions, huge expectations really at the club, that's something that's... And St Mirren have got a penalty at Ibrox. Penalty to St Mirren at Ibrox. And Stonewall penalty there, no question. John Beaton had no hesitation in pointing to the spot. There's absolutely no doubt about it whatsoever. And Phillips. Well, it seems to be a bit of a delay. I mean, it looks a Stonewall penalty to me. I don't know what the delay is, unless there's some sort of offside check. Just trying to... Nope, penalty is being given, it's being taken. And chance for St Mirren. And they've scored. has scored 4. So St Mirren have got it back to 4-2. It'll certainly make things interesting if they were to get a third goal in this tie. A lot of goals around today. So that's it's Phillips who scored the penalty. In fact, it was retaken and it was ordered to be retaken, and Phillips has missed the penalty, so it's still 4-1 for St Mirren. It was right, a good save. Well, that's and I presume must have been for encroachment. The penalty was retaken. Phillips has missed the penalty now, and so that's 4-1 still for Rangers in that match. Not often you get awarded more than one penalty at Ibrox. Certainly didn't want to be awarded the second penalty there, having scored it. But Cillian Phillips has missed the retake, and St Mirren remain 4-1 behind. So St Mirren 4, Rangers 1 in that match. Still 4-0 to Hearts in SWPL against Aberdeen. Rangers are continually coming forward, again looking for a fifth. So what seems to have happened at Ibrox is that Cillian Phillips took the spot kick, scored. John Button said he hadn't blown his whistle, ordered a retake, and St Mirren then missed the penalty. Cillian Phillips missed the penalty. So Swan scored the penalty. John Beaton said he hadn't said that Cillian Phillips could take the penalty, so ordered a retake, and Cillian Phillips then missed the penalty. He really couldn't make it up. Scottish football at its finest. Okay. Whether it made a huge amount of difference in this tie or not, we don't really know. And I suppose, as I was saying earlier, if someone had scored that penalty and then were able to somehow get a third, it would put a lot of pressure on Rangers. But as it stands, it's 4-1 to Rangers. I'm sure there'll be a lot of talk and debate about that penalty. Well, Scottish football's now without its controversy, and we saw a couple of controversial decisions go Celtic's way yesterday. And certainly that's a decision that's gone Rangers' way today. Ironically, if Cillian Phillips had hit the same spot with his second penalty he did with his first, he would have scored again. Well, that's it. Always talking about. So, let's see. Scottish football, never without its controversy, never dull. And there's probably just over 20 minutes to go in that match at Ibrox. And in the SWPL, it's still 4-0 to Hearts against Aberdeen. So looks like Hibs will be. Looks like he will be. Hibs, will be top of the table tonight after their 7-0 against Motherwell. And chance for Rangers again, and it's come off the post and it's into the net. Is that 5-1 or is that offside? Who knows what's happening right now, but it's 5-1 anyway. It looks like to Rangers. Yeah, 5-1 to Rangers. They had the post, came off the post, and knocked into the net. By Ross McCausland. And Rangers now easing into the last 8 of the competition. To be joined by Kilmarnock, Aberdeen, Ross County, Celtic, Hearts, Hibs, and of course Stenhousemuir with a terrific result today. They knock out Motherwell by a goal to 0. Well, there's another lengthy VAR check. VAR's certainly been busy. Looks to me as if Ross McCausland is offside. Certainly looks to be at least the. It looks like it's standing, but it looked to me as if at least. Nope, VAR saying it's onside. You can see that the line's now been drawn. Yeah, I thought at least either the goalkeeper or the defender were playing him off. Here's a chance for St Mirren, and it's hit the post. St Mirren have hit the post. Certainly very open games today in the Premier Spoorts Cup. There was 8 goals between Hearts and Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle. That was an incredible match, which Hearts just really took control of that match in the last 10 minutes. And Rangers beating St Mirren by 5 goals to 1 now. And this is definitely a result that Derek McInnes needed, without any doubt. Had they lost this match today, he would have been under serious pressure. Back to SWPL, still 4-0 to Hearts. And I'm sure they'll be happy with that. They probably had desires at the start of the game to try and at least match Hibs' result against Motherwell today, but you have to say fair play to Aberdeen, having conceded 2 early goals, that they have stuck with it. In fact, having conceded 2 early goals at the start of both halves, really, within the first 15 minutes of both halves. But still 4-0 for Hearts there, and still Glasgow City trailing to Celtic by 2 goals to 1. Glasgow City, Lisa Forrest had put them ahead after 10 minutes. But Lee Gibson on goal, and Fiona Ula Morgan after 39 minutes put Celtic ahead. So Hearts 4, Aberdeen 0, Celtic, Glasgow City 1, Celtic 2 are the latest scores in the SWPL. The earlier results: Hibs 7, Motherwell 0, Montrose 1, Rangers 4, Spartans 1, Partick Thistle 1. If you're interested in English results in the Championship, Watford have beaten Southampton by 2-1, and I can tell you that West Ham are currently beating Burnley by 2-0 in that match. Just actually looking to see if Aaron Ramsey's playing for West Ham, I can tell you, in that game. Anyway, just in case you're interested, also the Community Shield, couldn't be least interested in that, but if you're interested, Arsenal beating Manchester City by 3-0. So, about checking at Ibrox, we've got about coming up to the 79th minute. So I'm still pushing forward, and Rangers looking like they could just add to the number of goals they've got as they catch St Mirren on the break. Ron Shanklin came on for Rangers after 63 minutes, having been left on the bench today. None have just taken off Sule and brought on Thomas as the pretty sad end to St Mirren's reign as League Cup champions. They would have probably came here to Ibrox with some high hopes, especially given Rangers' performances during the season, but really too early goals from Nadiri and Dragojevic set the tone for this game. Someone did get back into the match with an excellent goal from Mockery, but again, early goals in the second half from Gassama and Penright put Rangers in easy street. Then you had the controversial penalty incident, not the awarding of the penalty. There was nothing controversial about that. It was an absolute Stonewall penalty for St Mirren. Keelan Phillips stepped up to take the penalty, scored it. John Beaton then said he hadn't blown his whistle and ordered a retake. Keelan Phillips missed the penalty. It stayed 4-1, and since then Ros McCausland has added a fifth to rate for Rangers. But difficult afternoon for St Mirren. And they got back to 4-2. Could they have mounted a comeback? You just never know how jittery they would have got at Ibrox had St Mirren scored that penalty. It's probably unlikely that St Mirren would have got back into the match anyway, but I'm sure it'll be a talking point at the end of the match if John Beaton, of course, says he didn't blow his whistle. Keelan Phillips seemed adamant that he had been given the go-ahead to take the penalty kick. Someone on the edge of the Rangers box trying to at least get another goal back, but it will be Rangers who are in the draw for the last 8. As I said earlier, they will join Kilmarnock, Aberdeen, Ross County, Celtic, Hearts, Hibs, and the surprise package of the weekend, Stenhousemuir, who beat Motherwell by 1-0 in extra time. Just keeping an eye on the SWPL scorelines into the last 7 or 8 minutes at Tynecastle Vadlock Community Stadium, and Hearts have in fact added a 5th goal. Ava Crawford has got the goal, assist from Ellen Dolan, but Ava Crawford is the one who's got the goal, the 5th goal for Hearts. And 11 goals between the men's and women's teams of Hearts today. That's not bad, is it? Couple of substitutes for Rangers, but 5th goal's gone in, and a comfortable afternoon for Hearts against Aberdeen. I say it looks like another long hard season for Aberdeen women's team in that league. Does seem every season simply about a case of survival for Aberdeen in the top flight of the Women's Scottish Premier League, and their big matches are really against the likes of Partick, Thistle and Spartans, Montrose and Motherwell. They'll be fighting out for the last place, really, in the top 6, because absolutely no doubt that the 5 of the top 6 in that division really will always be for quite a while. You've got to think the Hearts, Hibs, Glasgow City, Celtic and Rangers. Hearts, the defending champions, 5-0 up on Aberdeen, and in the Women's Scottish Premier League, a number of substitutions taking place at Ibrox probably delay the end of the match, but there's no doubt about the scoreline and who will be in the last 8 of the Premier Sports Cup. Rangers 5-1 up on St Mirren at Ibrox. St Mirren have contributed to the match, but certainly there'll be a lot better atmosphere at Ibrox today than there was earlier in the week, or it could have been if Rangers had got off to a sticky start today. It was Rangers who scored early on and haven't really looked like losing this match ever since. St Mirren got back into the match with a well taken goal to make it 2-1, but 2 quick goals at the start of the second half really ended any chance the Mirren had in this tie. As I said earlier, I'm sure the penalty controversy will rage, whether or not John Beaton did blow his whistle to allow Killian Phillips to take the kick. John Beaton says he didn't and ordered a retake that would have made it 4-2 to St Mirren, but Killian Phillips missed the retake, and really since then there hasn't really been an opportunity for St Mirren to get back into his tie. In fact, Rangers of course scored the 5th goal not long after that, and the draw will be coming up for the 5th round of the League Cup, the Premier Sports Cup, just shortly after the end of this match. We'll hope to bring that to you as soon as it takes place. Rangers looking for a 6th here as they move forward. In the SWPL, still 5-0 for Hearts. That's approaching the end of that match in the 87th minute there. But at Peters Hill, it's still Glasgow City 1, Celtic 2, and they are approaching the 78th and into the 78th minute in that match, and Celtic still holding on to lead. Shot there from Young of St Mirren right into the arms of the goalkeeper. Still incredibly open. Saying very like the Inverness Hearts game, very open. That was as well in the Premier Sports Cup. Hearts took the lead in that match against Inverness Thistle, but then at the start of the second half, Inverness scored 2 quick goals. One was a brilliant counter-attacking goal in 56 minutes from Alfie Babbage. He ball floated through to him, he rounded the goalkeeper into net. That put Inverness 2-1 up, but Hearts got back in level terms very quickly through Rogers Mato after 59 minutes. Brilliant play on the wing by Kurjota to set up the goal, and that was 2 each. but it wasn't really until the last 10 minutes when Hearts took control of the match. Calvin Miller scoring a penalty after 82 minutes. Then James Wilson added a fourth for Hearts after 84th minute. Claudio Braga, who started on the bench for Hearts today, came off the bench on the hour mark. Well, he got a goal in 91 minutes to make it 5-2, and then Calvin Miller finished it off with a goal after 94 minutes. Very harsh result for Inverness, but Hearts really were superb, especially in that last 10 minutes, attacking play. Inverness, of course, when they went 3-2 down, kind of had to go for it and left gaps at the back, which Hearts exploited. But it was a very, very good match, and Inverness Kelly, I think, can be very proud of their performance in that match. Hearts winning by 6-2. Still 5-1 for Rangers. They've got a corner, and we're just going into the 89th minute there. Rangers 5, St Mirren 1, and but the big result of the afternoon, no doubt about that, it came at Oakle View when Stenhousemuir knocked Motherwell out of the Premier Sports Cup. Stenhousemuir scoring in the 114th minute with just 6 minutes to go of extra time, when it was looking like it was all going to be heading for penalties that game. The Stenhousemuir's Ewan O'Reilly got the goal. He'll be the toast of Stenhousemuir tonight, no doubt about that. And Stenhousemuir into the quarter-finals of the Premier Sports Cup. And as I was saying earlier, wouldn't it be something if they were to draw Ross County and were guaranteed a side outside the top division in the semi-finals? Stenhousemuir through to the quarter-finals, and they'll be no doubt glued to their televisions in the next half hour or so to find out who they will be getting in the quarter-final draw. We're coming to the end of the match between Rangers and St Mirren. In fact, that is a full-time result now. Rangers have beaten St Mirren by 5-1. No added time added on. Not much point when there's that scoreline 5-1, and St Mirren's defence of league title ends at Ibrox in a heavy defeat by Rangers. As I said, no doubt there will be some controversy over that penalty decision, but it was 4-1 to Rangers at the time. That penalty was awarded to St Mirren. No controversy over the awarding of the penalty. Killian Phillips scored the penalty, but then John Beaton said he hadn't given permission for Killian Phillips to take the penalty, and it was retaken. St Mirren, Killian Phillips then missed the penalty, and not long after that, Rangers went up the field, scored their 5th goal, comfortably through to the next round of the competition. And we now do have the last 8 teams in the competition. They will be Kilmarnock, Aberdeen, Ross County, Celtic, Hearts, Hibs, and Stenhousemuir and Rangers. And the draw coming up just shortly. We'll bring that hopefully to you as soon as it is being drawn. Certainly indication. Wouldn't it be interesting if you had Hearts against Hibs, Celtic against Rangers, Ross County against Stenhousemuir. That would be interesting ties. Aberdeen would be Kilmarnock if that came out like that, so it'd certainly be interesting ties. But that's the end of it. Full time, Rangers 5, St Mirren 1. Draws to end the Premier Sports Cup afternoon. And I can tell you that Hearts have just fallen short of their Edinburgh rivals. They have won by 6-0 in the Women's Premier League. 6-0 over Hearts. That's full-time result. Sixth goal coming from Mariana Spikeman. She scored the second goal of the afternoon for Hearts as well. But Hearts winning 6-0. Just eclipsed by their neighbours Hibs, who won 7-0 today. Just noticed we've had that Glasgow City Celtic scores half time for quite a while. It's nearing the end, I should say. So 6-0 to Hearts, 7-0 to Hibs in the SWPL, 6-2 to Hearts in the Premier Sports Cup, 5-1 to Rangers, 1-0 to Hibs, 1-0 to Stenhousemuir. And Rangers players seem to be doing a lap of honour. Much relief around Ibrox, no doubt. So just one game to go. Thanks for those who stuck with us all afternoon. Just one game to go. Our coverage in the 85th minute. It was a big game. Glasgow City 1, Celtic 2 still. And this would be a disappointing start to the season for Glasgow City. As I was saying earlier, must be thinking it's time they re-wrestle control of this league. But it looks like an opening day defeat at the moment for Glasgow City. I'm sure they came in as favourites for the league title this season, given the turmoil that Hibs and Hearts have been going through during the summer, with a number of players leaving both their clubs. But Rangers really still have the scars of last season. They managed to eventually get the result against Montrose, 4-1 there. And so just waiting on that, and then we'll hopefully be able to bring you the Premier Sports Cup draw when that takes place. Still 2-1 to Celtic. Just a few minutes to go in that match. Lisa Evans just come off for Glasgow City. Sophia Mata has come on. Hope to bring the Premier Sports Cup draw just shortly. And Sports Cup draw just shortly. Into injury time at Petershill Park. Still Glasgow City 1, Celtic 2. No long to go now. Hopefully be able to bring you the Premier Sports Cup draw just as soon as it happens. Or as it's happening, I should say. It's a massive win for Celtic if they were to pull this off. And tough start to the season for them, having to go to Petershill to play Glasgow City. But this would be quite a stunning result for them to kick off the league season. Staying 11-10, it would have to be. And I'm sure there'll be a few eyebrows raised at this result. Celtic, who struggled and finished 5th in the league last season, and for a side like Celtic or any of the top 5 clubs, finishing 5th is a bit like finishing bottom in that division. It's about as low as you can probably finish. But one of the top 5 has to finish 5th, just as one of the top 5 had to finish 1st. But you know, there was only one spot available really in the top 6, and I can tell you now that is full time. And a really disappointing start to the season for Glasgow City. Really disappointing start to the season for Glasgow City. They'll be very... But it's Celtic who have triumphed there by 2-1, especially with Glasgow City having taken the lead in that tie. They would have looked to see it out. Just keeping an eye, because hopefully the draw for the quarter-finals of the Premier Sports Cup is about to happen. I'm still filling, I'm afraid. I was hoping they'd go straight to going to the cup draw, but we're still filling a bit at the moment, so we'll be definitely back when that takes place. So they're about to draw the quarter-final of the League Cup. And it's going to be Alan Hutton who's going to draw the teams out of the hat. We've got the usual chats beforehand before building it up, but the quarter-final draw. And I'll say this is only the second time in 7 years that Hearts have been involved in this quarter-final draw. But the big news, obviously, Stenhousemuir in it. And the draw numbers: number 1 is Celtic, 2 Hearts and Midlothian, 3 Rangers, 4 Hibernian, 5 Aberdeen, 6 Ross County, 7 Stenhousemuir, and number 8 is Kilmarnock. And they're just explaining no seating available in this round of the draw. And here we go. First team out of the hat is Rangers. Hutton giving Rangers a home draw. And it's going to be Celtic. Rangers against Celtic at Ibrox. Nice start. Stenhousemuir get a home tie. I don't think there'll be too many teams wanting to go there. Who is going to come out of that? And it's Hearts, who will be going to Ochilview. Ross County get a home tie. They will play Hibs. And of course Ross County beat Hibs in the League Cup final. Kilmarnock will face Aberdeen. So, Rangers against Celtic. So there you go, it's Rangers against Celtic, Stenhousemuir against Hearts, Ross County against Hibs. Well, that's going to be a big tie. Well, that'll be an interesting tie for Hearts as well. Stenhousemuir against Hearts, Ross County against Hibs. So they've got history in the League Cup. Ross County beating Hibs in the League Cup. Well, thank you very much for those who tuned in this afternoon. That's the end of our coverage. It's certainly been some day with a lot of goals going in across the country, both in the Premier Spoorts Cup and the SWPL. And then that quarter-final draw: Rangers against Celtic, Stenhousemuir against Hearts, Ross County against Hibs, and Kilmarnock against Aberdeen. We'll be back on Thursday night with the European games. We'll be all for those, and then back on Saturday, mainly, of course, focusing on the lower divisions in Scotland on Saturday. There's only one Premiership match on Saturday, that's the Dundee Derby at night. But we'll be concentrating on the Championship, League 1, League 2, the Scottish Cup preliminary ties as well, and Highland League, Lowland League East, Lowland League West. We'll bring you the goals as they go in as soon as we can on that. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. From me,